LoveLore Library. Chapter 163. Zhuo Xiaoduo stepped into the gravity room. This morning, he exchanged for 4 hours of cultivation time in one go. While he was training, he was trying to digest the vast knowledge that had just entered his mind. He was training hard and absorbing the knowledge in a way that was close to exhaustion. He was comparing everything related to the aura examination technique in his mind and integrating them bit by bit. Zhuo Xiaoduo was squeezing himself as hard as he could. He wanted to master the knowledge that an ordinary person would take a lifetime to accumulate in the shortest amount of time. Even so, he still felt that it was not enough. He wanted to master all of it in 1 minute. There was not much time left. 50 days. There were only 50 days left. Noon, 12 o'clock. Zhuo Xiaoduo was soaked in sweat from head to toe. He crawled out of the gravity room as if he had just come out of a swimming pool. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't even have the strength to walk out of the gravity room. Noon. Zhuo Xiaoduo only spent 5 minutes to finish his meal. Then, he rushed into the gravity room again. It was a race against time, a race against time. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo exchanged 6 hours of training time. Qin Fangyang stood at the door of the gravity room. His eyes were deep. "Is he okay?" he asked the teacher who was in charge of the gravity room. "He's fine. I thought something bad would happen." The teacher's face was full of admiration. "I've been in charge of the gravity room for 27 years. I've never seen a student who is so desperate. Yesterday, he was only training his fists and feet. After overexerting himself, he became paralyzed from exhaustion. Similar situations are not rare. But 2 consecutive days of high-intensity training like this will definitely put a great burden on the body. I've been paying attention to your student's condition. If there's any problem, I'll come to his aid." In the past, he didn't have enough control over his own condition. There were many problems that occurred when he forced himself to train. The teacher paused for a moment before continuing, "But not only is your student's willpower outstanding, his physical fitness and cultivation foundation are even stronger than many people. Since 11 o'clock this morning, he has already begun to jump and perform the starry sky steps under 5 times the gravity. In the last hour, he was already able to use it flexibly and freely. Moreover, he was able to combine the 3 martial arts of the Kunlun Taoist sect and practice it in the void to the greatest extent. Such progress has already made me gasp in amazement." Yes. During the afternoon practice, he even closed his eyes and practiced the whole time. Other than the slight obstruction at the beginning, he quickly got the hang of it and returned to the state of being extremely familiar with it. "All right. According to this progress, if he comes again tomorrow, we can try to add some weight to his body." "How much weight do you think is appropriate?" "That depends on one's physique. I can see that this student of yours is quite talented. 10 to 20 kilograms isn't very suitable for an ordinary martial master. But don't add too much either. I recommend about 100 kilograms. Qin Fangyang nodded slowly. "I'll prepare it." "All right." The teacher said softly, "This is really a good seedling. Teacher Qin, you should properly advise this child. It's a good thing to train hard, but he shouldn't work too hard. It's not good if he really becomes a cripple. I'm looking forward to when this child grows up. I believe that by then, Second High will be proud of him." "Understood." In the other gravity rooms, Li Chenglong and the others were also sweating profusely. Obviously, Zhuo Xiaoduo's hard work had greatly stimulated them. Don't let Zhuo fall too far behind. Wan Lixio was sweating profusely in the gravity room. Every time she was about to collapse, she would shout this sentence. "Keep up. Keep up." The sweat on Long Yuxing's body converged into a small stream. Train. Train to death. Umo Yen tossed and turned, trying his best to train every part of his body's resistance to attacks. No matter what, you have to hold on. Li Chenglong was furious. At the very least, when Zhua hits me again, I have to hit his hand. The last gravity room. No matter what, I can't fall behind. Huff. 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 In the gravity room, Li Zhongming fell into a deep sleep on the astral souls array that he set up. As he fell asleep, the white mist produced by the jade of astral souls enveloped Li Qingming's entire body. The white mist was then absorbed by the jade of astral souls. The cycle repeated endlessly. It's not just this child who came yesterday. The other 5 children are also the best of the best. The teacher who was guarding the gravity room looked over and was even a little envious. Teacher Qin. You're really lucky. A person who had 6 talented students with a bright future. Such a teacher was destined to go down in history. As a teacher, if this wasn't a good fortune, then what was? Good fortune. Qin Fangyang was in a daze. He muttered to himself, this kind of fortune is of course good fortune. In order to live up to this good fortune, I have to be more careful and conscientious. When it was time for school to end in the afternoon, Zhua Xiaoduo's body was as soft as noodles. He was almost twitching as he slowly moved to the door of the gravity room. He knocked on the door twice with his hand and then lay on the ground, motionless. The door opened. Qin Fangyang grabbed Zhua Xiaoduo's hair and dragged him out like a dead dog. He didn't know if it was because he felt uncomfortable, but he tied a rope around Zhua Xiaoduo's wrist and dragged him out just like that. The teacher in charge of the gravity room was dumbfounded. Was he pulling a sled? Was he not a genius? Was he the student that he was the most proud of? He watched helplessly as Qin Fangyang went to the other gravity rooms and opened the doors. He then dragged out the students one by one and tied them with ropes. In the end, there were 6 of them. Then, he dragged them away like a hunter who had hunted a few rabbits. Fuck! The teacher was stunned. He was filled with righteous indignation. If you don't want this kind of student, then give him to me. This kind of genius, this kind of choice, not to mention protecting him, but to treat him so rudely. No, this is simply torture. I'm convinced. After dragging them for more than 30 meters and passing through a few stairs, they woke up almost at the same time. They shouted, Teacher Qin, we can walk on our own. Put them down. Fuck, they are tied up like a bunch of grasshoppers. Qin Fangyang stopped in his tracks. With a flick of his hand, the few fellows fell to the ground. They hurriedly untied the ropes on their own. It was another round of work, and each of them kept rolling their eyes. They had never seen a teacher like this. He strung his own students up like a bunch of grasshoppers and dragged them away. Wan Lixio was the most aggrieved. I'm a beauty. Now, my image is gone. Long Yuxing was more open-minded. He didn't care about Wan Lixio's image. Then, he was chased by Wan Lixio. Who asked you to care? Who asked you to care? Sleeping in the gravity room, no, the effect of cultivating the Great Dream Divine technique is really hard to explain. Li Zhongming said sadly. His ancestral Great Dream Divine art required him to be in a sleeping state to cultivate. However, after cultivating the Great Dream Divine art in the gravity room for a long time, his limbs were still sore and his entire body felt like noodles. Now that he wasn't dragged by Qin Fangyang, he lost his footing and leaned on Li Chenglong like a little bird. He had no choice. If he didn't find a new footing, he couldn't even stand up. But the progress is still very good. After school, Qin Fangyang was waiting for Zhua Xiaoduo like yesterday. I'll send you home. Ah. Zhua Xiaoduo asked curiously, Teacher Qin, what did you experience last night? It's just something that martial cultivators experience. I don't know if that Shen guy has given up. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, let's see what happens today. If it still doesn't work, I'll take the initiative to talk to him. How many families are involved? 3 families. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, there were a total of 6 families involved in the incident. Although 3 of them were very agitated at the time, they did not participate in the hunt organized by Shen Yushu. Of the other 2 families who acted together with Shen Yushu, only one of them offered a reward of 50 million. Shen Yushu paid the bulk of the reward. Awesome, he's so rich. Cui Xiaoduo expressed his envy. Sigh, Teacher Qin's head is really worth a lot. No, I can't think like that. I have to respect my teacher. I'm a good student. I have to protect Teacher Qin's head. It's more than 1 billion. Protecting something that's worth more than 1 billion, even if I don't get the money, I still have a sense of accomplishment. But they were already halfway there, and still no one came to attack them. This situation made Cui Xiaoduo feel very puzzled. Teacher Qin, they couldn't have given up, right? They won't. Qin Fangyang said seriously, Shen Yushu, as one of the richest people in Phoenix City, he won't give up just because of his pride. I understand the mentality of this kind of person who thinks he's awesome but is actually a frog in a well. He's not making a move now only because he knows that I'm not easy to kill, so he's thinking of other ways. Don't worry, this Shen Yushu, I'll get rid of him no matter what. Qin Fangyang sighed twice and said, forget about the other families. Their children that they painstakingly raised are gone, so it's reasonable for them to curse. Oh right, I saw the reward this morning. Other than Shen Yushu, the other 2 families have already announced that they're withdrawing from this mission. Since they're withdrawing, then forget about it. Qin Fangyang said leisurely, actually, I can really understand. Anyone who loses their son would feel terrible, and they have no way to vent. In a moment of anger, they came looking for me, the person directly involved, to take revenge and vent their anger. Although it's not right, it's also understandable. Besides, the old principal didn't let me pursue the matter. Qin Fangyang said regretfully. From his tone, it wasn't that he didn't want to pursue the matter, but that Yuanhua had stopped him. Chapter 164. Cui Xiaoduo said, by the way, I used the aura examination technique today, but there are many things I don't understand. I'm going to make an appointment with Grandma He tomorrow. Qin Fangyang said cheerfully, I'll make an appointment for you. Yes, yes. Cui Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, Teacher Qin, are you all right now? Qin Fangyang looked vigilant. Are you all right, kid? Cui Xiaoduo immediately put on an obedient and cute look and said, Teacher Qin, I've only just started using the aura examination technique today. Why don't you take me to fly again? I want to see the whole picture of the Phoenix vein again. I also want to see the address of the Meng Group's headquarters and the Ning family's graveyard. Qin Fangyang frowned and looked at Cui Xiaoduo suspiciously. I can fly you and take you to see the landscape, but at this time. Isn't it a little too early? Cui Xiaoduo grabbed Qin Fangyang's sleeve and shook it. He actually said coquettishly, Teacher Qin, take me to see it. Qin Fangyang's face turned pale and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He hurriedly shook off his hand and said with a pale face, I'll see it. Don't talk to me like that. Just tell me where you want to see it. Hurry up and tell me. Qin Fangyang urged him angrily. This kid's coquettish voice just now was too scary. Even Qin Fangyang, who had a profound cultivation base, was almost scared out of his wits by this kid's voice. Let's take a look at the landscape first. Take a look around and be careful to fly higher. Then I'll decide whether to go to the Meng Group or the Ning Group. Okay, let's go. Qin Fangyang grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo by the collar and flew into the sky. Teacher Qin. Can you grab somewhere else? Zhou Xiaoduo felt extremely uncomfortable. This kind of experience of being grabbed by the neck and sent flying was actually happening again. Qin Fangyang turned a deaf ear. Who told you to disgust me? How could I let go of such a good opportunity to take revenge? I'll hold him for a while longer. With a single leap, he soared to a height of 30,000 feet, piercing through the clouds. It's too high. Zhou Xiaoduo looked miserable. My vision is blocked by the clouds. Lower down, lower down. What's there to be afraid of? It's nothing to be surprised about. Qin Fangyang snorted. As the saying goes, when you climb high, you can see far. If you're not high enough, do you think you can see everything? Do you think it's still as nice as last night? After saying that, Teacher Qin suddenly took a deep breath. Then, he waved his empty right hand. His right sleeve fluttered in the wind, and a sudden gust of wind blew out. High up in the sky, the wind and clouds instantly surged. The momentum of the wind and clouds swirling around condensed in front of him. In front of Zhou Xiaoduo's shocked eyes, the clouds under his feet rolled away along with the hurricane. In the blink of an eye, a space with a circumference of several tens of thousands of feet appeared. There wasn't a trace of clouds in sight, and it was a panoramic view of the earth. You'll have to wait for a while if you go any further. Qin Fangyang said, if that's not enough, I'll just do it a few more times. It's still early anyway. It's enough, it's enough. Zhou Xiaoduo started to stammer. His eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Fangyang. He thought to himself, looks like Teacher Qin is quite fierce. He's not as weak as I thought. Why don't I give him some face and consider adding him to Nian Cat's group of guardians again? I wonder if Teacher Qin will leave the north and south to beat things up if he finds out about this. No, it should be that he'll lift him up by the collar and beat him up. It's so hard for me. I'll take some time to change my name. Looking down from above, the panoramic view of Phoenix City came into view. In the north, there were mountains. In the continuous mountain range, there was only one mountain peak that protruded high. That was the Phoenix turning its head. Well, it had changed now. Only the back of its head could be seen. Rather than saying that it was the Phoenix turning its head, it was more accurate to say that it was the Phoenix raising its head. In the east and west, there were continuous green mountains. They gradually rose from flat to tall, forming a continuous mountain range. Although the southernmost Phoenix Tail Mountain had turned into a piece of scorched earth, one could still see its protruding shape. From the mountain in the west, there was a continuous river flowing down. It passed through Phoenix City and flowed east. It was like a jade belt, sparkling and clear, endless. In Phoenix City, there was a large lake in the east and west. They were like two bright pearls, dazzling and eye-catching. Inside the city, there were many tall buildings and green trees. Outside the city, there were towering trees and pavilions. As far as the eye could see, there were green mountains and clear water. It was really a blessed land. The entire Phoenix City was like a huge basin. Last night, when Zhou Xiaoduo was looking at it, he had some preconceived notions and did not think much of it. However, after a night's difference, Zhou Xiaoduo's attainments in qi divination were completely different from last night's. Furthermore, when he looked at it now, the position, height, and point of view were completely different from last night's. As he thought about it, he exclaimed, "What a treasure bowl! Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements are complete, and the 5 elements are in accordance with each other. It is like a cycle of reincarnation, interlocking with each other and not messing up at all. What a good place. It is indeed the beauty of a place with outstanding people. Sua Xiaoduo frowned and looked at the city. The only eyesore is the tallest building. No matter the direction, position, height, it makes people feel awkward. It is as if a single stroke has ruined the whole picture. This is the headquarters of the Mang conglomerate. They spent tens of billions to build it. It has a total of 108 floors. It is the tallest building in Phoenix City. Qin Fangyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. I know. What I mean is, from my current angle, the shape of this building doesn't seem right no matter how I look at it. Sua Xiaoduo mumbled, this building seems to be the same thickness from top to bottom. In fact, there is another platform above the 108th floor, forming an extension of the stone. Further up, there is a building that is slightly smaller than the main building. I heard that this is the office of the president of Meng conglomerate, Meng Tianyue. But is there a need to build this office as high as 6 floors? Also, what's the meaning of the circle above the CEO's office? Mr. Qin, do you know the purpose of these shapes? Qin Fangyang said indifferently, I have asked around about the unique shape of this building. The more reliable explanation is that Meng Tianyue is crazy about saber techniques. And this building was built using his favorite saber as a model. The overall shape of this building is a saber that fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. As for the CEO's office at the top, it's the handle of this knife. So this building is called the Mad Saber Building. It is like a mad saber that was stabbed into the heart of Phoenix City, intimidating everyone. That's not right. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes flashed coldly, it is not that simple. Instead of saying that this saber is stabbed into the heart of Phoenix City, it is more accurate to say that it is stabbed into the heart of Phoenix City. It is this saber that has suppressed the fate of Phoenix City. What's more, the tip of this saber is stabbed into the heart of Phoenix City, absorbing the power of Phoenix City at every moment. Looking from this position, I can almost see with one glance that all the auras in the surroundings are converging towards this building. Regardless of whether they are doing it willingly or under the threat of the saber's murderous aura, in short. Everything is surrendering to this saber. Sua Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and looked at the tall building. He said, Teacher Qin, whether it's Phoenix City or the Phoenix Vein, this building is extremely ominous. Qin Fangyang said faintly, this building is the tallest building in the city. There's no comparison. What's more, ever since it was completed, the observation deck and glass walkway upstairs have become a major attraction in the city. They are open to the public at fixed times, and people can even go up to see the entire city. If you want to demolish it, it will not be a simple matter. Just the resistance from all sides is enough to give you a headache, not to mention the power of Mang conglomerate itself. Sua Xiaoduo nodded, with regards to this, I am naturally mentally prepared. Then, he turned his head and looked in another direction, is that where the ancestral grave of the Ning family is located? That's right. The yin energy over there is very heavy. Even with the basic knowledge of feng shui, such a place should not be chosen as the location of the ancestral grave. However, in the entire Phoenix City, only this place can be compared to the raging saber tower of the Mang conglomerate. Also, this place is where the earth veins of Phoenix City gather. Teacher Qin, you may not know how to look at aura, but if you look at the two lakes as the dividing line, don't you get the feeling that one side is high up in the clouds, and the other side is deep underground? The higher you look at one side, the lower you look at the other side. Sua Xiaoduo said. Qin Fangyang did not know anything about aura observation, but what Sua Xiaoduo told him was very simple. At a glance, he could see that the aura of the two sides were very different. Then, with Sua Xiaoduo's reminder, he looked in the direction that Sua Xiaoduo pointed out. Indeed, the opposites of the two sides were becoming more and more obvious. This is yin and yang. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. Behind these two families, there are experts guiding them. The Ning family used the power of their ancestral bloodline to occupy the land of extreme yin. They forcefully pulled out the earth veins and locked them down, making it impossible for them to move. And the Meng conglomerate used this tyrannical force to receive the sun and suppress the earth veins. On the surface, even if an ordinary Qi gazer were to look at them, they would look like yin and yang opposing each other, as if they were mortal enemies. But the roots of these two families are still on the ground. Even if the surface of the ground shows that they are opposing each other, if one were to carefully analyze the pattern of the earth veins, they are complementary to each other. In other words, it is because the yin and yang of these two families circulate around each other, forming an endless cycle of power that has been suppressing the phoenix veins. No wonder the phoenix can't fly. With the existence of this yin-yang chain array, even if 80,000 years pass, the phoenix will not be able to fly. Qin Fangyang seemed to understand. What do you mean? Chapter 165. You know what I mean. Zhou Xiaoduo's expression was cold. As long as these two clans are here, and this formation is not broken, the phoenix vein will forever be pinned down. Naturally, there is no hope of success for the phoenix vein to charge into the soul, only death awaits. No matter how many plans you have, it will be useless. This is a dead end. Even with the help of the fire dragon, it won't work. Zhou Xiaoduo's expression was getting colder and crazier. A flame of madness was slowly growing in his eyes. Just tell me what you have in mind. It's simple. You just have to remove these two locations. It would be best if you could uproot the entire foundation. Then, the formation will break on its own. Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly when he heard that. It was indeed a simple method. Simple and crude, with immediate results. However, it was impossible. Did Zhou Xiaoduo think that this was like eating steamed buns? That it would end with one bite? Putting aside the fact that the Ning family's ancestral grave was related to the feng shui of their ancestors, once touched, it would be an irreconcilable feud. The Meng conglomerate's headquarters occupied a huge area. It was filled with people. There were more than 100,000 people working there. 100,000 people meant that there were 100,000 families. Moreover, this was just a headquarters. Uproot it. That was something that was absolutely impossible. The power of money was just that great. It might be easy to deal with a pile of cash. However, once it became a skyscraper or a landmark building, even the king of a country might not be able to tear it down. Because it concerned the jobs and livelihoods of millions of people. If one took into account the business network that spread throughout the country, the impact would increase exponentially. It might seem like a small conglomerate. However, the number of people that could be directly or indirectly affected was probably a terrifying number. Is there any other way? Qin Fangyang smiled helplessly. Speaking of other methods, he had his own. That was to attack the headquarters of the Meng Consortium with brute force and destroy it with brute force. However, there were two concerns with this method. First, the combat power of Meng Jiwei organization would not just sit by and watch. They would definitely launch a counterattack. Second, even if he really had the power to pull out the building and toss it aside like a carrot, he would not be able to do anything. However, the innocent casualties caused by this could not be controlled, and the people who lost their livelihoods were even more immeasurable. This loss, this responsibility, so many innocent lives, Qin Fangyang knew that he couldn't shoulder it. This was the helplessness of having a bottom line. If he was just a lawless and fearless devil, he wouldn't have to consider these things. How could Zhou Xiaoduo not know that this method would not work? A flame flashed in his eyes and he said, "There are other ways." What is it? If it's possible, I'll be at your disposal. The method I'm going to talk about next is a method based on the Qi viewing art. Start from the Wenshui River that directly passes through the city. Sua Xiaoduo pointed. It's the Wenshui River that looks like a jade belt around your waist. This river. Start from this river. Sua Xiaoduo nodded. Yes, start from this river. This river flows from the west to the east. The water flow is always so gentle. Since ancient times, there has never been any floods. Even if there is a heavy rain, this river will not change. The river is wide enough. Below it is white sand that is more than 1,000 feet deep. It can be said that this is the mother river of Phoenix City. Everyone in the city drinks from this river. Even the water in the 2 lakes in the city originates from this river. And it is precisely because of this Wenshui River that Phoenix City has become a land of treasures and wealth, separated by a strip of water. The reason why the Phoenix vein can be successfully nurtured is also because of the existence of this river. It gathers the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers, and connects the Qi channels of the east and the west. This river also has a source. The source is very close. It is the Spirit Pearl Lake on the mountain in the west. It is like a pearl that fell from the sky. Under the Spirit Pearl Lake, the spring boils the sky, and it will never stop. Looking at the long river of history, even when the entire Central Plains was struggling to survive due to drought, Phoenix City still had good weather. Millions of acres of fertile land, because of the irrigation of the Wenshui River, had endless vitality. And all of this was actually because of the existence of Spirit Pearl Lake. The spring water flows to the east. It is also because of the righteousness of heaven and earth. Qin Fangyang was completely confused. Obviously, he did not know the true meaning of Sua Xiaoduo's words. So what? According to what I know, there is another heavenly jewel lake on the mountain in the east. The basic structure of this lake is the same as the one on the mountain in the west. In fact, the reason why these 2 heavenly jewel lakes exist is to nurture the Phoenix vein. The heavenly jewel lake in the east is not very famous. The main reason is that the west side is higher, and the water flows to the east. As for the heavenly jewel lake in the east, it flows to the other side and becomes the Zhanglan River. When the 2 lakes meet, the Zhanglan River will not be so peaceful. However, the origin of these 2 heavenly jewel lakes is the same. If we want to change the general trend, we can start from this river. As long as we reverse the trend and change the direction of the river, it will have a considerable effect. Sua Xiaoduo looked at Qin Fangyang and smiled. Reverse the trend of the entire river. Change the direction. Qin Fangyang's eyeballs hung out of their sockets. This idea sounded even more unreliable than attacking the Meng clan's headquarters directly. At least it was a plan that could be done with manpower. But, you just opened your mouth and changed the direction of the entire river. Wouldn't that be like moving the mountains and filling the seas? Although the river is going against the trend and changing its direction, it can't be changed by manpower alone. You see, the basic direction of this river is from the west to the east between the 2 mountains. This section of the river is basically flat. So, we don't need to deliberately go to war to deal with it. What we need to do is to block the mountain stream on the east side, and then block the other side of the heavenly jewel lake. From this side, the water will rush down from this gap. As for the Spirit Pearl Lake on the west side, we don't need to change anything. We just need to make a tunnel at the bottom of the mountain. That side of the mountain is the Cold Water River. We just need to direct the water to the Cold Water River. In this way, it won't affect the people's lives or the ecology. Qin Fangyang listened in a daze, as if he was listening to a myth. For the convenience of drinking water, the Meng clan has built a man-made lake beside their headquarters. The water is drawn from the Wenshui River, and then goes back to the waterway. Changing the direction of the water flow like this will not affect them at all. It will also turn around, and then go out again. But, in essence, it will go in from the original exit, and then go out from the other side. The same goes for the Ning clan's ancestral grave. They want to use the yin qi to suppress the phoenix vein, so they can't avoid the river that nurtures the phoenix vein. So, they also have a man-made lake like this. After changing the direction, it will have the same effect as the Meng clan. On the surface, it looks like it's for drinking, but in reality, it's a channel that absorbs the phoenix vein's energy. The water flows out from here time and time again, leaving the phoenix vein's energy here. Swishaoduo's lips curled into a cold smile. This countermeasure of mine only requires a few experts, and it's done secretly. I can guarantee that the Meng clan and the Ning clan will not notice this change at all. Firstly, it's too far away. Secondly, who will notice an ordinary man-made lake? After all, they are all important figures. Hee hee. Swishaoduo's cold laughter sent a chill down Qin Fangyang's spine. He couldn't help but ask humbly, what's the use of doing this? Simply put, it's like flipping the universe and reversing the 5 elements. Metal generates water, and water generates wood. But if it's reversed, it's like water suppressing fire, and fire suppressing metal. After the water flows in reverse, the phoenix vein will absorb their energy, and they will no longer be the ones absorbing the phoenix vein's energy. Swishaoduo said casually, of course, we still need to make some extra arrangements. But that's the work of the Qi Watchers. Of course, they have been absorbing energy for so many years. Even if we change the direction of the river, we won't be able to gain the upper hand in a short period of time. But from the moment we change the direction of the river, they will have a chance of survival. Because after the water flows in reverse, it will become the phoenix vein's source of life, and it will no longer be a channel that absorbs the phoenix vein's energy. The continuous injection of energy will increase the phoenix vein's vitality bit by bit. Naturally, it will have an endless supply of vitality. Qin Fangyang felt that something was wrong. He had a feeling that Swishaoduo's plan was very big. But he didn't know anything about this, so he could only listen to him half-heartedly. Teacher Qin, you have to help me this time. This time, it's really too big of a deal. That's the phoenix vein we're talking about. This is something that will affect the safety of the continent. I can guarantee that these two families are in cahoots with the Umno Alliance. Swishaoduo said angrily, every time I think about how these two families have deceived and used the old principle for so long, I have an impulse to kill them. These two families are just as the old principle said. They deserve to die. They're insane. Qin Fangyang couldn't stand this word the most. When he heard this, his eyes almost spouted fire. Although he knew that Swishaoduo was deliberately trying to arouse his hatred for a common enemy, it was a common enemy and a united front. Swishaoduo was only trying to get him to help him. That was all. That if he helped him, he could destroy the Meng family and the Ning family's plan, and even defeat the Umno Alliance's plan. That would be a great thing, okay? Moreover, he could also vent his anger for Yuanyue. Why wouldn't he do it? Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, okay. I agree. 6 chapters. Chapter 166. Swishaoduo's face was full of emotions. He said, thank you, Mr. Qin. However, even though I'm 70 to 80% sure about this, I'm still a little uneasy. Should I ask Grandma He to come out tomorrow afternoon and look at the East Mountain, West Mountain, Wenshue Lake, and Phoenix City's imposing manor again? Well, Qin Fangyang couldn't make up his mind. The art of aura observation was so mysterious. It was a method to observe the changes of the qi of heaven and earth. It consumed the user's qi the most. With He Yuan's weak body, it was a huge burden. It could easily reduce her lifespan. Moreover, would she be able to endure such a rush? Actually, I'm sure even if Grandma He doesn't check it. I'm just a little uneasy. Sua Xiaoduo frowned and said. Since you're sure, why do you need her to check it? Qin Fangyang was furious. What's wrong with her body now? Do you really want her to die of exhaustion? Well, what are you talking about? Qin Fangyang said, let me ask you, how confident are you in this plan? At least 80 to 90%. Are you sure? You're doubting me. Since we've known each other, have I ever said that I've missed anything? That's true. Qin Fangyang made up his mind. That's it then. You don't have to ask Grandma He to do it. At most, you can ask her to check it out and fix it. But in the process, don't let her worry about it. Your Grandma He has been exhausted since the incident with Sha Palang. Don't bother her with such a small thing. Qin Fangyang looked at Sua Xiaoduo with dissatisfaction. Sua Xiaoduo sighed helplessly. Okay. But Mr. Qin, you can't do it alone. If you do it alone, it'll take too long and it'll cause too much noise. Just tell me how many people you need. Qin Fangyang squinted. We need at least 5 or 6 experts to act at the same time in order to complete the task as quickly as possible. Moreover, we don't have to worry about the opponent noticing. Sua Xiaoduo said. That's simple. I'll pull Li Changjiang and Luo Lialong and see if Sister Lan can help. We should have enough manpower. If you can persuade Mu Yanyan through your sister with cerebral palsy, plus your sister herself, you can finish it faster, right? Sua Xiaoduo nodded slowly and said, that makes sense. I'll talk to Sister Nian Nian. Sua Xiaoduo had been in a gloomy mood the whole time. When the conversation came to an end, it took another 3 seconds before he seemed to react. He urged with a pale face, Teacher Qin, about my sister with cerebral palsy. Can we not talk about it? Qin Fangyang was in a great mood and said, there's no time to lose. Let's act immediately once we've decided. All right. Are we going back now? Teacher Qin, please take me through Qinyu building on the way back. I want to see if Teacher Mu is still there. All right. Qin Fangyang and Sua Xiaoduo flew all the way to the top of Qinyu's building. They saw Mu Yanyan in front of the window. She seemed to have sensed something and looked up. Sua Xiaoduo made a "nine" gesture, and Mu Yanyan nodded slightly. Qin Fangyang took Sua Xiaoduo and flew into the sky in an instant. The whole process only took a few seconds. Qin Fangyang landed and put Sua Xiaoduo down at the gate of the community. Then he left alone again. Be careful. We have work to do at night. Sua Xiaoduo called out. Qin Fangyang didn't look back. He just waved his hand with his back to him and left. Let's go home for dinner. Sua Xiaoduo rubbed his stomach as he walked home. It was dinner time, and along the way, he constantly smelled the aroma of food coming from all directions. Suddenly, he felt his stomach rumbling, and a feeling similar to dizziness appeared in his mind. Am I hypoglycemic? I'm hungry. Sua Xiaoduo rushed home like a galloping horse. Mom! Is the dinner ready? Is my dad back? Do we still have to unload the car these days? Why didn't he come to find me? Nian Nian cat hasn't come back yet. No one answered his first 2 questions. Sua Xiaoduo immediately knew that Sua Xiaonian wasn't at home, so he blurted out the word, Nian Nian cat. Wu Yuding walked out of the kitchen with a faint smile. Son of a bitch, you're so bold now. You're a little arrogant. But you're much smarter now. You know how to read people's expressions. You guessed that your sister Nian Nian isn't at home just from a few words. you've improved a lot. Your IQ is really not low. Wu Yuting tapped her son's forehead. Mom, look at what you're saying. Am I not your son? How can my IQ be low? He. Sua Xiaoduo raised his head and said arrogantly, Mom, as a man, you have to be tough at home. You don't have the final say. I won't do it for even a day. Your son still has the status in this family. Wu Yuting rolled her eyes and sighed. Son. Ha. Actually, if you really find a wife in the future and can maintain the second-in-command position, I'll be satisfied and comforted. Ha 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 ha. Sua Xiaoduo laughed wildly. Mom, you're too pessimistic. Don't worry, your son is very popular with girls. You don't even know how the girls in school are chasing after me. If Nian Nian Cat wants to enter our family, she'll have to chase after me. Otherwise, with my... Before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly stunned. His mouth fell open and he stopped talking. He clearly saw Sua Xiaoyan slowly walk out of the kitchen with a faint smile on her face. Her eyes were full of anger, but she still had a faint smile on her face. Sua Xiaoduo was all too familiar with this expression. It was a sign that Nian Nian Cat's anger had reached its peak. In other words, every time this expression appeared, he was immediately doomed. He turned to look at Wu Yuting in disbelief. Mom! You tricked me. Sua Xiaoduo was furious. My dear mother. She dug such a big hole for me. Wu Yuting pursed her lips. Son, I didn't trick you. Your sister Nian Nian has been helping me in the kitchen, and she didn't hide from you. The moment you came back, you swaggered around. I wanted to stop you, but I couldn't. Let me teach you a lesson. Other than being good at reading people's expressions, you also have to be careful with your words and actions. You must know that the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Sua Xiaoduo looked like he was about to cry. How did you stop me? I'm your son, how could you? Wu Yuting turned and left. Son, you're on your own. TSK, humans can't keep their mouths shut. They have to bear the consequences. Sua Xiaoyan walked over with a spoon. She narrowed her beautiful eyes and smiled. Son, what did you say just now? Many girls are chasing after you. Is her figure good? Is she pretty? Tell me, I'll give you some advice. Sua Xiaoduo strode forward and grabbed Wu Yuting's hand. He pleaded, Mom, although I'm still young and don't know anything, I don't know what it means to be careful with my words and actions. But Sue, don't you think that Sister Nian Nian is too beautiful? There aren't many girls as beautiful as her in the entire mainland. Wu Yuting widened her eyes. Mom, I really can't bear to part with Sister Nian Nian. Help me think of a way. If Sister Nian Nian can be with us forever, never leave our family, never marry someone else, how great would that be? Sister Nian Nian is pure and kind, beautiful and gentle. She has such a good personality, such a good temperament, such a good figure, and such a suitable height. Not to mention, she's filial and hardworking. A good girl like her is really hard to find. Wu Yuting was speechless. Sua Xiaoduo turned his head and looked at Sua Xiaoyan. He said from the bottom of his heart, Sister Nian Nian. I really think now, how can you be so beautiful? Even a goddess can't compare to you. Sua Xiaoyan's eyes were already smiling, but she tried hard to keep a straight face. Son. When you came in just now. Woof, woof, woof. Sua Xiaoduo said with a salivating face, woof, woof, woof. Sister Nian Nian, do you have any instructions? Woof, woof, woof. Ah ha ha ha. Wu Yuting finally couldn't control herself and burst into laughter. Swishounian stared for a long time before finally laughing out loud. She held her stomach and said, "Mom, why is your son so?" Wu Yuding laughed until tears came out of her eyes. "So shameless, right? Actually, I'm also very curious. Who did he inherit his shamelessness from?" Ha ha ha. Swishow Duo had already moved behind Swishounian attentively. "Sister Nian Nian, you've worked hard cooking. Let me help you massage your shoulders to relieve your tiredness. Sister Nian Nian's cooking is so delicious. It's my favorite. Nian Air. Mom taught Xiao Duo to be obedient today, and I'll also teach you to be obedient. If one day, the dog starts to care about his own face in front of you, then it'll be terrible." Wu Yuding said meaningfully, "In front of the people you care about the most, what's the point of caring about your face?" Swishounian was deep in thought. She turned her bright eyes to Swishow Duo. Swishow Duo attentively massaged her shoulders. When he saw her turn her head, he hurriedly asked with a flattering expression, "Sister Nian Nian, do you want to ride a horse?" He he he. Woof, woof. Ha. Swishounian burst out laughing and jokingly scolded, "Shameless. I'm a little shameless, little shameless. I'm laughing every day. Sister Nian Nian is so beautiful, so beautiful. I like you, I like you, I like you." Swishow Duo shamelessly began to sing. As he sang, he winked at her. Swishounian gradually laughed until she couldn't straighten her back. Her previous anger had long disappeared. What a clown. Wu Yuding looked helpless. This banter continued until Zhua Zhonglu returned. Then, they finally bade each other farewell. "Just you wait." Swishounian waved her small fist and made a fierce pose like a tiger fighting a hero. "I'll teach you a lesson next time." Whoa whoa. Swishow Duo immediately put on a pitiful expression as if he was waiting to be beaten. Sigh. Swa Chonglu sighed. The genes are so strong. Back then, I was finally sure that he was really my son. I'm going to eat lunch first. Look at the title of this chapter. Even if I don't eat, heat up the food for me. Wait. Once I give the order, serve it. If she dares to neglect, beat her up. Chapter 167. Wu Yuding craned her neck and frowned. What are you talking about? Zhua Chonglu frowned and put on a thoughtful expression. He said, I'm saying that Nianer has grown up. Should we go on a trip in the second half of the year? Wu Yuding's attention was suddenly diverted. She said excitedly, a trip. A trip. Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian also turned their heads and looked at them with shining eyes. This topic was too interesting. Therefore, the family naturally began to discuss matters related to the trip. They were still discussing until the end of the meal. Wu Yuding cleared the table and said to Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian, why are you two talking so enthusiastically? Who said we're taking you with us? Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian's faces froze at the same time. Mom, what do you mean? What I mean is, you guys do your own things. Your mom and I are going on a trip. Only the two of us are going. We won't take you guys with us. Zhua Chonglu said kindly, we can't delay your business. I'm not busy. I'm fine. Zhua Xiaoduo immediately declared. Well, we won't take you with us if you're fine. Zhua Chonglu slurped the last half glass of wine into his mouth and sighed. It's because of you two that your mom and I have been separated for almost 19 years. Life is long, but how many 19 years can there be? Zhua Chonglu sighed. Can you two stop getting in our way? Dot. The siblings, who had been disliked, pouted their lips and looked sullen. A trip. Sui Xiaonian looked melancholy. Traveling. Sui Xiaoduo's face was filled with disappointment, as well as the sadness of being abandoned. Stop acting, your acting is too lame. Sui Chonglu exposed the siblings' acting. You two were so happy when we went out to have fun. Now you're free. Besides, this matter hasn't been decided yet. We don't know if you'll go or not. I have something important to tell you. What is it? Your Uncle Ma's shop is next to ours. It was sold today, and the person who bought his shop opened a blacksmith shop. Sui Chonglu said faintly, I went to take a look. This blacksmith's craftsmanship is passable. The two of you can go over and take a look some other day. You can go over and pre-order whatever weapons you want to forge. Sui Xiaoduo wondered, but it's not time for me to use my natal weapon yet. I'm fine. Sui Chonglu said, what's the point of your mother keeping so many materials from your Uncle Nan? If you can't use your natal weapon, you can forge one first and try it out. There are many times when you can only determine what's best for you after experiencing it. It's better if you can decide on your natal weapon. As long as you choose, you can forge it now. It's not too late to use it when the time comes. I heard that this blacksmith will only stay here for a month. It'll be difficult to find him in the future. This is a rare opportunity. Sui Chonglu said, don't miss the opportunity. Okay, I understand. The siblings agreed at the same time. Their four black eyes turned at the same time. They were a little excited about this matter. Hey, come and help me think about the shape of my sword. Well, I also want to think about what my natal weapon should look like. Sui Xiaoduo was a little worried. I'm using a very light weapon now. I can't feel anything at all. What should I do? The siblings went back to their room. Wu Yuding came out and frowned. Wu Taijiang will only stay for a month. Isn't this too fake? He just bought someone else's shop and he's going to stay for a month. It can't be helped. Sui Chonglu frowned and said, he has other things to do. It's good enough that he can squeeze out a month. After he's done here, he'll immediately rush to forge other weapons. He won't have time to think about other things. Oh. A month is almost enough. Wu Yuding said, I'm not worried about Xiao Nian's weapon. But Xiao Duo probably hasn't decided what to use yet. The couple still felt a little depressed when they thought of this. The strange dream that Sui Chonglu and his wife mentioned by Sui Xiaoduo was a strange dream that he had for 6 years in a row. In fact, after Sui Xiaoduo had a few similar dreams at the beginning, he told them about it. But after checking and verifying it many times, they even tried to arrange the environment according to what Sui Xiaoduo had told them. However, after spending more than 20,000 yuan, it still didn't work. In the 3rd year, Sui Xiaoduo expressed that he wanted to try it again. After begging for a few days, they spent another 20,000 yuan. But unfortunately, it still didn't work. In the 5th year, they even tried it twice. The first time, they spent more than 20,000 yuan, and the second time, they spent more than 20,000 yuan. But it still didn't work. After a long time, even Sui Xiaoduo himself didn't have any hope, let alone the couple. In this world where an average of 2,000 star dollars was enough for an ordinary family to live peacefully for a year, it was already very generous to try it 4 times in a row and spend 100,000 star dollars as a bonus. Sui Zhonglu and Wu Yuding were experienced and knowledgeable, and knew that the path of cultivation was full of fortuitous encounters. Therefore, they were willing to accept such a thing and try it over and over again. If they were ordinary parents, they would have flown into a rage long ago. What Sui Chonglu and his wife didn't know was that Sui Xiaoduo had succeeded in his experiment on the 5th time. Otherwise, who knew how long this matter would have lasted? It was also because of this that Sui Chonglu was very regretful. If he had tried it a few more times a year back then, would Xiao Duo have awakened a few years earlier? But this question was destined to have no answer. The past was irreversible. Even the most powerful people couldn't do anything about it. The past was the past, and it was the past. Let him go on his own. So what you said about the trip is true. It's true. Are we really not bringing them? Why should we bring them? They're a hindrance. Sua Chonglu looked disgusted. Is it okay? It's different now. Xiao Duo has also embarked on the path of cultivation. It's not impossible for him to catch up with Xiao Nian. Naturally, it's time for the two of them to spend some time alone and get used to each other. It's actually quite troublesome for us to stay at home all the time. What if? What does it matter? Well, you're right. It's true. Okay. Then it's settled. Hasn't it been decided before? Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaonian didn't know that their parents had completely stopped them from going on a trip together. At this moment, they were discussing weapons. Sua Xiaonian found a lot of pictures and spread them on Sua Xiaoduo's bed one by one. They were all long swords of various styles. Look. Which one looks better? In my opinion, they're all very ordinary. Sua Xiaoduo took away the pictures of a few broadswords first. These, and this, and this. They're all men's long swords. They don't suit you at all. And this. The temperament and image don't suit you either. After the audition, there were only 3 pictures left. Only these 3 pictures are barely acceptable, Sua Xiaoduo said. Sua Xiaonian's eyes lit up. I also like these 3 swords, but I still feel that there's something missing. Sua Xiaoduo touched his chin and said, what's missing? It's missing a temperament that suits you. It doesn't have the ethereal feeling that you were born with, and it doesn't have the cold and pure aura that you have. Sua Xiaonian nodded repeatedly. Yes, I think so too. Sua Xiaonian's beautiful eyes were shining. She didn't feel that way at all. It was only after Sua Xiaoduo said it that she realized that what he said made a lot of sense. Ordinary long swords are 3 feet long or 3 feet long. But if you're going to use it, you shouldn't use such a long one. I think 2 feet 7 is enough. Sua Xiaoduo gestured the length of the sword. Sua Xiaonian took out her short sword and measured it. 2 feet 7. It's 1 foot 2 longer than this one. Good. Is 5 centimeters wide enough? Chapter 168. Make it a little narrower, 4.5. Make it white. Not this kind of steel color, the kind that is white and transparent. What do you think? That's great. Can it change color? I've done my research. 1000 fantasy gold is good stuff. It can be made into any color and characteristics you want. Okay. The tip of the sword can't just be the tip of the head. Start from 2 feet 4 inches. Use a streamlined shape and go straight to the tip. Start from the mouth of the sword and make it a hole. What do you think? Okay. While Sua Xiaoduo was talking, Sua Xiaonian was thinking and imagining. At the right time, a milky white star spiritual energy gushed out from Sua Xiaonian's hand and formed the shape that Sua Xiaoduo had mentioned. The sword guard. Before Sua Xiaoduo could finish, Sua Xiaonian said excitedly, I've already thought about the sword guard. How about using 2 white puppies as the guard? Puppies? Sua Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Sis, I made the sword in the image of a fairy, not a little girl's toy. Sua Xiaonian's face fell. What should I do? I still want it to be cute. Cute. It doesn't fit your character. I think the hilt, head, and guard should be shaped like a phoenix. Add the sword tassel and it'll be a perfect ice phoenix. What do you think? Sua Xiaoduo was stunned by his own design. In Sua Xiaonian's hand, the shape of the long sword that Sua Xiaoduo had envisioned was magnificent, and one could tell at a glance that it was a peerless product. A peerless divine sword. It was full of ethereal nobility and also contained a sense of awe-inspiring and unattainable. Sua Xiaonian pursed her lips and said, "But I still want to put a puppy on it." Sua Xiaoduo was speechless. No. It'll ruin the image. Absolutely not. Whether it's the image of the sword or my image, it'll be ruined. Absolutely not. How about it? No means no. Sua Xiaoduo's attitude was unprecedentedly firm. You actually want to make a puppy on your own sword? Humph. What were their intentions? Then consider what you've said. Sua Xiaonian no longer hesitated. Instead, he asked Sua Xiaoduo to take dozens of photos of the long sword he had built with his spiritual energy and carefully preserve them. Sister Nian, the weapon I want to use is a hammer. Sua Xiaoduo said seriously. Hammer? Sua Xiaonian was shocked. Are you kidding? Of course, there are some high-level cultivators who use heavy weapons as their natal weapons, but using hammers is too rare. Of course not. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes flashed. I plan to use a hammer. 2 big hammers. The heavier the better. He had a natural yearning for heavy weapons. After listening to Qin Fangyang's words, he was even more determined to use a hammer. Why do you have to use a hammer? Sua Xiaonian was puzzled. One of the reasons. Mr. Qin said I'm soft-hearted. Sua Xiaoduo said, with heavy weapons like this, there's no need to be soft-hearted. Either you don't hit it, or you hit it. With one hit, you'll become a pile of meat paste. If you don't use your strength, you won't be able to control it. Isn't that great? It'll save you a lot of trouble. Sua Xiaoduo bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He put his hands on the hammer and roared, "Get out of my way. I, Gigi, can't even control my Gigi." Isn't that awesome? Sua Xiaonian had already collapsed on the bed laughing. You're not bad. Well, look, I want the hammer to be designed like this. The handle should be a little longer. I want a groove here and there. Groove? What do you want to do? You'll know when you hear it. Sua Xiaoduo designed excitedly, there'll be a thin sword hidden in both grooves. Once. You'll immediately pull out the sword, understand? Make a hollow design in the middle of the hammer handle and connect it with a strong chain. If it doesn't work, it'll leave the hand and become a meteor hammer. It'll also be a long-range weapon. What do you think? It was obvious that Sua Xiaoduo had thought about his weapon thousands of times. He didn't even need to think before he said it. Everything flowed out smoothly like water. Make half of the hammer solid and the other half hollow. In the hollow half, hide many small compartments of hidden weapons. Set up a mechanism on the surface. The body of the hammer is shiny and dazzling. When it's waved, it'll shine with thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors. No one can see the hidden weapon shooting holes on it. I estimate that a hammer should be able to install 99 small compartments, which means that it needs 99 holes. In addition, it should be matched with a single shot and a continuous shot design. I can't just press it and shoot them all out. That'll be a big mistake. The spring mechanism must be set up delicately. It'll be best if I can figure it out myself. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome to fill in the hidden weapons. The size of the hidden weapons can't be too big. I think the ox hair needle is a good choice. Of course, it has to be suitable for long-range attacks. A slightly bigger awl needle can also be considered. But the butt of the awl needle can't be too big, or it'll take up too much space. Sui Xiaoyan was stunned by his description. She was tongue-tied and couldn't say anything for a long time. How cunning can you be? You're holding a hammer that weighs thousands of kilograms and you're using such a wretched method, one after another. This is too much, isn't it? Just by hearing this, Sui Xiaoyan could already imagine how terrifying it would be to fight against Sui Xiao Duo in the future. It was like a normal person facing over 100 machine guns, and they were all machine guns that were completely defenseless. But the most intuitive impression is that it's just two big hammers. Damn, your design is good, but the craftsmanship is too complicated. It's hard to do, right? When I went home, I asked Mr. Qin to take me to Qinyu Building for a walk. He gestured to contact me at 9 o'clock. At this time, Mr. Mu should have already left Qinyu Building. Call him and ask, but be careful not to say it over the phone. Okay. Sui Xiaoyan immediately dialed the number. Mu Yanyan had already left Qinyu Building and was waiting for the news. After hearing what Sui Xiaoyan said, she immediately rushed over. Tonight, I'll go for acupuncture. Chapter 169. Change the terrain. Is it really that easy? It's really very easy. From what I can see, the terrain of the waterway is even on both sides. We just need to set it up at the source and end points on both sides. That's enough. Sui Xiao Duo said, in terms of results, there won't be any big changes. What will be affected is only the luck of the two families. Mu Yanyan was also a decisive person. She said, in that case, there's no time to lose. A long delay means trouble. Let's start tonight. We still have to wait a while. There's still one arrangement that hasn't been completed. Sui Xiao Duo mysteriously took out a small jar from under his bed. Isn't this your puppy piggy bank? Sui Xiaoyan said in surprise, you're still keeping it after so many years. Sui Xiao Duo rolled his eyes and said, I still have money in here. He shook it and made a clattering sound. There were obviously a lot of coins in it. Sui Xiaoyan was speechless. This miser, the piggy bank that he used when he was 5 or 6 years old, still hadn't been used. Sister Nian Nian, drip 3 drops of blood from your middle finger into it, Sui Xiao Duo said. Sui Xiaoyan did as he said. Yes, now it's really ready. Sui Xiao Duo shook it hard. The coins inside were stained with blood. Of course, there were too few drops of blood, so it couldn't be stained too much. Sui Xiao Duo shook it hard for 3 to 4 minutes before stopping. He said with some regret, originally, Sister Nian Nian is the bearer of the Phoenix bloodline. If you use the bearer of the dragon bloodline to set up this array, it would be the best. But where can we find the bearer of the dragon bloodline now? But it's the same if you use mine. Although the effect is slightly inferior, it will wholeheartedly protect Sister Nian Nian's safety. Its thoughts are more pure and focused. Don't worry about anything. This is enough. Sui Xiaoyan felt a little warm in her heart. Just as she was about to praise him, she saw him looking at the piggy bank with a pained expression. Sister Nian Nian. There's a lot of money in here. Can you give me a few new $100 bills as compensation? Sui Xiaoyan was exasperated. Get lost. Okay. Mr. Mu, please. Place one of the money in this jar at the top of Meng's headquarters. Be careful not to let anyone discover it. The other one should be placed in the ancestral grave of the Ning family. It would be best to place it under the tombstone of the old ancestor. Still, be careful not to let anyone discover it. The third one is placed in the man-made lake of the Ning family, and the fourth one is placed in the man-made lake of the Mang Corporation. Make sure you're at the center of the lake. If possible, it's best to go straight into the mud. As for this jar, Sister Nian, you can hold it. Follow the order of Shishan Lingzhu Lake and Shishan Lingzhu Lake. Place a coin in each of them. The order must not be wrong. Lastly, put the jar and the money in it under your bed. Don't touch it again. Sua Xiaoduo giggled. Sister Nian Nian, wait for your little brother to change your fate. Just as they were about to split up, Sua Xiaoduo's phone suddenly rang. Sua Xiaoduo took out his phone. Why is Mr. Qin calling at this time? Do you want to confirm the time of the operation? Sua Xiaonian glanced at him discreetly. Dog, did you change your phone? It's been a few days, and you didn't notice. 99 astral souls. Dog, you're so extravagant. Hello, Mr. Qin. Sua Xiaoduo picked up the phone. After saying a few words, his expression turned serious. What's wrong? Mu Yanyan and Sua Xiaonian asked at the same time. Just a few hours ago. Qin Fangyang sent Sua Xiaoduo home. Just like yesterday, he strolled along the road, waiting for the upcoming assassination. But to stroll back and forth. Qin Fangyang felt hungry, but the assassination still hadn't come. What's going on? Could it be that the Shen family has gone crazy? If they're really listless, they're not completely hopeless. It's a burden to others and myself. Qin Fangyang was puzzled. He turned and walked in the direction of the Shen group, intending to confirm the situation. After walking a few blocks, a black limousine suddenly stopped at the side of the road in front of him. The door opened and a long leg stepped out of the car. Then, a tall and handsome young man stepped out of the car. He was wearing a suit and tie. He was handsome, friendly, and his eyes were bright. He was definitely a handsome man. May I ask if you're Mr. Qin? The young man greeted him warmly and respectfully. His smile was full of sunshine and masculinity, making people have a good impression of him. You are. Qin Fangyang was puzzled. It's normal that Mr. Qin doesn't know me, but I've heard of Mr. Qin's name. The young man smiled and introduced himself. My name is Meng Chintian, an ordinary person. I don't know if Mr. Qin has heard of me. Qin Fangyang's eyes were cold. Meng Chintian. You're indeed an ordinary person. I've never heard of you. The young man smiled awkwardly and touched his nose. Mr. Qin, my father is called Meng Tianyue, the Meng group of our Phoenix City. He. Meng Tianyue. Qin Fangyang was impatient. Who is that? I've never heard of him. Why? Is he very famous? Very powerful? Qin Fangyang was furious when he heard the name Meng and Ning, let alone the person in question. To mention Meng Tianyue in front of me, I was so angry that I started to burn. This time, Meng Chintian was completely embarrassed. In Phoenix City, who hasn't heard of the Meng group? Who hasn't heard of Meng Tianyue? No matter how ignorant you are, it's impossible to not have heard of the richest man in the city, right? This Qin Fangyang was obviously playing dumb, but why would he play dumb? How did we offend him? Meng Tianyue must be the kind of person who is very rich, or very powerful, and most likely very powerful. Qin Fangyang looked at Meng Chintian from the corner of his eyes. That's why you're so confident? Suddenly stopping the car on the side of the road and walking out like a gentleman. Do you think you're filming a TV show? Meng Chintian continued to be embarrassed. Qin Fangyang continued with his poisonous tongue. This kind of scene is basically impossible in real life, but it's a famous scene in a TV show where a domineering CEO meets a young lady. And, suddenly stopping the car, stepping out of the car with his long legs, and then walking out like a gentleman. A very sunny smile, mature and steady, making the young lady's eyes light up. What, young Master Meng, are you trying to pick me up like a girl? Mr. Qin, this. Hee hee ha ha ha. Meng Qintian was embarrassed to the extreme, but he laughed again, and his laughter was still very sunny. I didn't expect Mr. Qin to be interested in those soap operas. This really surprised Qintian. And I'm interested. Do you have a problem with that? Qin Fangyang's eyes were deep, and he was still aggressive. This kid, he can really endure. Let's see how long he can endure. She really wanted to punch a hole right through his face. No problem, no problem. Indeed, Qintian's actions are frivolous. I hope Mr. Qin can be magnanimous and forgive me. But in between words, Meng Qintian quickly adjusted his mood and smiled calmly. Mr. Qin, you've worked hard these 2 days. 1 against 10,000, madly fighting the phoenix's tail, killing until the corpses piled up like a mountain, and blood flowed like a river. It's really majestic and murderous. We're all in awe of you, Mr. Qin. He smiled bitterly. I just didn't expect that I would encounter Teacher Qin's baleful aura that hasn't dissipated in time. Ha ha ha. Teacher Qin, you really scared me to the point where my heart almost stopped. Qin Fangyang narrowed his eyes. Your heart stopped. Do you want me to touch it? Cough, cough, cough. Meng Qintian smiled bitterly. Mr. Qin, please spare my life. With my small body, I don't dare to let you touch it. If you touch it, the entire Phoenix Tail Mountain will be gone. After being ridiculed repeatedly, he could still joke. Meng Qintian's psychological quality was really good. Even if Qin Fangyang knew that the person in front of him was not a good person, he still could not help but admire him. This kid, his interpersonal skills were really amazing. Even though he was being sarcastic, this brat didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, he dealt with it in a natural and unrestrained manner. His self-restraint and ability to adapt to the situation were not something an ordinary person could compare to. Mr. Qin instinctively thought, if Sui Xiaoduo encountered such difficulties, what would he do? Would he do better than Meng Qintian? Just thinking about it, Qin Fangyang could not help but shake his head. Sui Xiaoduo might have other ways to deal with it, but to maintain such a good demeanor from beginning to end, he would never be able to do it. What he could do would most likely make Qin Fangyang angry. You're looking for me. Qin Fangyang no longer made things difficult and his tone became flat and official. I'm just a junior. Even if I had something to ask, I wouldn't dare to look for you at this time. Meng Qintian smiled intimately. It's my father and Uncle Ning Suifeng of the Ning family, who sent me to invite Uncle Qin for a chat. He said apologetically, before I came, my father asked me to apologize to Uncle Qin. He should have come personally to invite you, but he was afraid that Uncle Qin would feel that it was too presumptuous. So, he let me come first to sound out Uncle Qin's mind. Qin Fangyang had only asked a question, but Meng Qintian had taken advantage of it and called him uncle. Their relationship had become even closer. Qin Fangyang frowned. What if I don't plan to go? My father said that as long as Uncle Qin is not too angry, he will come personally to invite you. Meng Qintian said with a face full of reverence. Qin Fangyang was silent for a moment. Let's go. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng were looking for him. What did they want to do? What could they do? Or rather, what would they dare to do? Qin Fangyang was also very curious about the above question. Chapter 170. They got into the car. Meng Qintian did not say much. He only tried to talk about a few topics. Seeing that Qin Fangyang was not interested, he stopped immediately and did not beat around the bush. Speaking of which, Second High has produced a lot of talented students in recent years. Meng Chintian said, it said that. Qin Fangyang closed his eyes and said, did your father send you here to chat with me? Meng Chintian quickly shut up and said, Uncle Qin, you should rest first. I'll call you when we arrive. With my cultivation, do I need you to call me when I'm not here? Are you saying that you look down on me? Qin Fangyang was obviously looking for trouble with him. Meng Chintian obediently shut up and did not say anything else. His social skills had never failed him, but in front of Qin Fangyang, he was like a tiger trying to eat the sky. No matter what strategy he used, Qin Fangyang would always talk back. This made Meng Chintian feel uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sit in the car with his head lowered and his brows furrowed. Our Meng Corporation has always had a good relationship with Second High, and we have a deep relationship with the old principal. Why is Qin Fangyang acting like this? What is the problem? What is the problem? Meng Chintian did not think that Qin Fangyang's personality was like this. In fact, after Qin Fangyang had shown his shocking strength, Meng Corporation had investigated Qin Fangyang's background. At the very least, they had investigated Qin Fangyang's decades of teaching experience in Second High. Meng Chintian felt that he knew teacher Qin very well. There must be a reason why Qin Fangyang would say such cold words, be unreasonable, and even be hostile to him. Therefore, there was a 99% chance that there was something he could not do that left a bad impression on this almighty. Meng Chintian would naturally look for the reason from Meng Corporation. However, after a week of thinking, he could not find anything wrong. He could not help but feel more and more puzzled. The car soon arrived at Meng Corporation's headquarters. At night, the Meng Corporation was still brightly lit with neon lights. Meng Chintian jumped out of the car and ran to open the door for Qin Fangyang. He even covered his head with his hands and smiled. Uncle Qin, we're here. Lead the way. Under Meng Chintian's lead, Qin Fangyang entered the Meng Corporation's headquarters and took the elevator to the 108th floor. Although it was very high, it only took them a few seconds to reach the top. On the left side of the elevator that led to the CEO's office from the 108th floor, there were already two people standing there with smiles on their faces. One of them was dressed in a traditional Chinese robe. His face was round and he looked like a rich man. The other person was also dressed in a long robe, but it was green. His body was thin and his face was emaciated. His long hair was draped over his back. He was dressed like an ancient person and his hair was fixed with a jade hairpin. The two of them looked to be in their 30s or 40s, which was about the same age as Qin Fangyang. Teacher Qin, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not coming out to meet you. The two of them smiled and cupped their hands together. Sure. I am Meng Tianyue, this is Ning family's patriarch, Ning Suifeng, big brother Ning. The slightly fatter one was naturally the CEO of Meng Group, the richest man in Phoenix City, Meng Tianyue. The other one was thinner and had a faint fierce aura. He was the patriarch of Phoenix City's #1 martial arts family, Ning Suifeng. He was also Ning Qingqing's biological father. I have long heard of your name. One should be treated according to one's status. At the very least, Qin Fangyang could only say, I have long heard of your name. This had nothing to do with anything else. It was purely the status that the other party had worked hard for his entire life. The process of this hard work was extremely difficult, so it was worthy of the greeting. Teacher Qin, this way please. We have taken the liberty to invite you this time. I hope that Teacher Qin will not take offense. Meng Tianyue bowed. All right. Qin Fangyang strode forward. As far as the eye could see, it was a huge office. As far as the eye could see, It was a dazzling sight, brightly lit, and the furnishings inside were at least a size larger than usual. Even so, the decorations in the entire room were still very harmonious. There were a few pots of green plants, lush and exuding a strong vitality. A wisp of sandalwood rose in spirals and slowly floated out from the crane's beak. Qin Fangyang sat down on the sofa in the guest seat and said faintly, "Chairman Meng and Master Ning are both busy people. I wonder what advice you have for suddenly summoning me, Qin Fangyang." Qin Fangyang squinted his eyes. "I am a straightforward person. Why don't we get straight to the point? I feel that I should not have any interaction with the two of you." Meng Tianyue laughed loudly. "Teacher Qin, you have concealed your identity in Phoenix City for 28 years. Now that you have shocked the world and revealed your true appearance, you have killed so many people that they are scared out of their wits. We cannot meet such an expert, so how can we not come to pay our respects?" "Ha ha ha." Ning Suifeng laughed and said, "Teacher Qin, you really do not reveal your true appearance. If not for the battle last night, we would be blind. How could we not know that such a small place like Phoenix City actually hid such a fierce dragon like Teacher Qin for such a long time? Really, sorry for the disrespect, sorry for the disrespect, sorry for the disrespect." The two of them smiled as they spoke, full of flattery. At this moment, a few beautiful girls in white quietly came in with teacups. Instantly, the 1,000-square-meter office was filled with the elegant fragrance of tea. "Please have some tea." Meng Tianyue said, "This is the top-grade ancient star moon tree tea that Patriarch Ning gave me last time. I have always been reluctant to drink it. Since Teacher Qin is here today, I will accompany Teacher Qin to taste this top-grade tea." Ning Suifeng laughed and scolded, "Look at you pretending to be poor. If you are really happy drinking it, I will ask someone to send it to you later. At the same time, I will also give Teacher Qin a few caddies of this coarse tea. It is really not worthy of respect." Qin Fangyang picked up the teacup and drank, saying lightly, "This is not worthy of respect. Looking at the entire Yanwu Empire, the total annual production of this coarse tea is not even 50 caddies. It seems that it has been raised to 1,000,000 star yuan per caddy. I am just an ordinary teacher. How can I afford to drink such expensive tea?" Ning Suifeng laughed loudly, "Just based on the name Qin Fangyang, you are already worthy of any top-grade treatment in this world. Brother Qin, your words are too modest." The two wily old foxes accompanied Qin Fangyang, talking about all sorts of things. Soon, the atmosphere was in full swing. Although Qin Fangyang did not say much, the continuous flattery between the two of them did not make one feel disgusted. After chatting for a while, Qin Fangyang finally became impatient. "Chief Meng, can we talk about serious matters now? The two of you may be free today, but I, Qin Fangyang, do not have so much free time." Meng Tianyue laughed loudly. "I did not expect Teacher Qin to be so impatient." After saying that, she clapped her hands and shouted, "Bring it up." As soon as he finished speaking, a total of 98 white-clothed girls walked out in 2 rows. Each of them held a sandalwood box in their hands. They didn't stop until they were in front of Qin Fangyang. Another 10 black-clothed girls walked in with 5 black tables and quietly put them down. Then, the group of girls in white placed the 98 sandalwood boxes neatly on the tables. "What is this?" Qin Fangyang smelled the faint smell of blood. He already had a guess in his heart, but he still asked. A few days ago, these people offended Brother Qin. After knowing that Brother Qin's strength was tyrannical and difficult to defeat, they went crazy and set fire to Fengwei Mountain, destroying the ecology. Meng Tianyue smiled. "Now, they are all here." He clapped his hands and said, "Open the boxes." The 98 girls in white opened the sandalwood boxes in front of them in unison. Inside the boxes, there were 98 human heads, neatly arranged in front of Qin Fangyang. And who else could it be if not Shin Yushu in the first place? How did so many people die? Qin Fangyang's pupils shrank. The majority of the 98 corpses here are from the Qin family. That Qin Yushu was a womanizer by nature. Other than his wife and children from the main family, there are also his mistresses and illegitimate children, a total of 59 people. Meng Tianyue said, in short, everyone in the Shin family is here. I can guarantee that none of Shin Yushu's bloodline is left out, and is still alive in this world. And the other 39 people are from the two families that shared the bounty with Shin Yushu. Their entire families, old and young, are all here. As for the other 3 families, although they talked big, but they did not participate in the operation. We are not people who like to kill. Ning Suifeng continued, of course, we all know that Teacher Qin is not a cruel person, and has a large amount of tolerance, so we did not kill again. Meng Tianyue laughed, but, if Teacher Qin upholds the principle of killing and not stopping until death, it is only a matter of a sentence to get rid of the other 3 families. The other 3 families are still under surveillance, and it is all up to Brother Qin to decide. Qin Fangyang was silent for a while. A total of 98 people. To be honest, Qin Fangyang did not intend to let people like Shin Yushu go. A bounty of 1 billion yuan, and because of this, thousands of martial artists with good cultivation were killed. This enmity was too big. Qin Fangyang was not the kind of person who was soft-hearted, and he was not the kind of person who would repay evil with good. Under the years of killing, he had already trained a resolute heart to kill. But, other than Shin Yushu, Qin Fangyang did not intend to touch the others at all. Speaking of wiping out 3 families at once, this method was really too cruel, and it was simply crazy. Ning Suifeng sighed softly, and said, I know, Teacher Qin must not be able to bear it, and think that it is not to this extent. But this is really a helpless action. Chapter 171. Shin Yushu has been in business for many years. Not only has he accumulated a lot of wealth, but his relationships are also extremely complicated. With Teacher Qin's cultivation, he's naturally not afraid of their revenge. However, clowns aren't worth laughing at. What I'm afraid of is that they won't take revenge on Teacher Qin. In the past, many people like this would turn to take revenge on society in despair. If that happens, I'm afraid that many people will be implicated and suffer. Perhaps thousands of ordinary people will die because of this mistake. Before, there have been many similar incidents. The number of casualties is innumerable. Based on this reason, we have to take precautions. Ning Suifeng faintly sighed. His expression was actually one of compassion. Meng Tianyue's face was heavy. That year, the Hua family is an obvious example. After the main culprit was executed, his son was only a young man in his 20s. The person involved gave him a way out. Who would have thought that the kid of the Hua family would not be grateful and turn over a new leaf? Instead, he used countless vicious methods to make a large amount of poison. He poisoned the water sources of Phoenix City, and then set fire to the oil depot. Later, when he was chased into a corner, he held a bomb and detonated it in a crowded place. One person poisoned tens of thousands of victims. Meng Tianyue said heavily. Teacher Qin, perhaps you don't understand our feelings, but Phoenix City is our hometown. This risk, we cannot take it, and we dare not take it. Qin Fangyang only felt a breath stuck in his stomach. He felt like he was being fed to flies by the other side. He waved his hand in annoyance. Take it away. Take it away. Meng Tianyue ordered. The girls didn't say a word and immediately got to work. A few girls from outside quickly came in and opened the windows to speed up the air circulation. Then, they used their martial arts to spray water vapor in the air and waved their sleeves as if they were dancing. In just a moment, the air in the entire office was changed. Throughout the whole process, there wasn't the slightest bit of chaos and there wasn't much noise. It was actually quite pleasing to the eye. After a moment, the whole space was filled with the fragrance of tea. The air was fresh and pleasant. Boss Meng and Master Ning, it's understandable and reasonable that you have such concerns. However, isn't it too impulsive and extreme to slaughter the whole family so easily? Qin Fangyang took a deep breath. At the very least, it doesn't conform to the laws. Meng Tianyue smiled faintly. Teacher Qin, are you testing us? Ha! Teacher Qin, no matter when, in every dynasty, including the era of martial destruction, those who have money, power, influence, and ability, when have they ever cared about laws? Ning Suifeng also said in a sarcastic tone, in an era where the law clearly stipulates monogamy, there are still many people who have a lot of wives and concubines, and there are also some who can't even pick up trash. When everyone is equal, in fact, there are still some people who are superior and some who are lowly. When princes break the law and are punished the same as commoners, there are countless people who are playing with other people's lives. Is the so-called approachable really a compliment? Everyone wants to be at the top. Why? Isn't it just for the sake of sometimes being able to ignore some things and do as one pleases? And isn't this the common goal that everyone pursues? No matter what era it is, Teacher Qin, society has always been that kind of society. Everyone is blaming others for breaking the rules, morals, and laws. But, at a certain point, everyone's pursuit is to trample on and break these rules. Teacher Qin, don't you think this is ridiculous? Qin Fangyang narrowed his eyes and said, ridiculous. Ning Suifeng smiled faintly. Let's not talk about other things. These few families hired assassins to kill people and burn scenic spots. This is already a heinous crime that cannot be forgiven. We killed them to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, and even. Ning Suifeng actually took out a banner from his spatial ring and said, our actions are to uphold justice and good citizens. It was actually a banner from the law department of Phoenix City. On it was written, be loyal to the law, assist in solving cases, maintain law and order, good citizens. Ha ha ha. Qin Fangyang shook his head and laughed. At this moment, he really didn't know what to say. But, our two families did this together. We didn't inform Teacher Qin in advance. This is our fault. We overstepped our boundaries. Meng Tianyue said somewhat apologetically. In order to express our apologies, we have prepared some gifts for Teacher Qin. Please don't reject them. These should be your benefits. It's supposed to be my profit. Qin Fangyang frowned. He already knew what the so-called benefits were, so now he had a stomach full of anger that he wanted to vent. He really wanted to press the heads of these two powerful people in front of him into a cesspool. But Qin Fangyang understood very well. There were many things that couldn't be done on a whim. May I know what this is? Meng Tianyue took out a bank card, placed it on the table and pushed it over. In this card, there is 1 billion star yuan. Qin Fangyang's eyes moved slightly. In this ring, there are 10 astral souls flame pills and 10,000 pieces of high-grade astral souls jade. This is a cultivation technique. It is said that if one cultivates with it, one can cultivate to the realm above the cloud transformation realm. These things naturally won't enter Brother Qin's eyes. But it is a little token from our two families. Meng Tianyue smiled very amiably. Our two families, without your consent, did this. Actually, the main purpose is To make friends with Teacher Qin. Ning Suifeng said smilingly, Teacher Qin, I know that this request is very abrupt. I hope that Teacher Qin can give us some face on account of our sincerity. Qin Fangyang really wanted to explode on the spot. He really didn't have any good impression of these two people in front of him. Especially looking at the sky-high wealth in front of him, Qin Fangyang's heart was throbbing with pain. God knows how many heroes, because of these tricks, these things, hindered the pace of serving the country and killing the enemy, and became other people's lackeys. But he couldn't find a reason to explode. No matter what, it was others who worked hard for him, helping him to solve some problems. Even if he didn't need their help, even if their methods were very bad, they had already done it. What should he do about this matter? Qin Fangyang suddenly thought of a person. Sua Xiaoduo. If Sua Xiaoduo was here, what would that guy do? What should he do? Thinking that there was no one else to discuss this matter with, and he had a headache about this kind of matter, Qin Fangyang stood up and said, I want to make a phone call. Make a phone call. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng were both stunned. Brother Qin, please go ahead. Qin Fangyang walked quickly to the window and pushed it open. His body shot up into the sky like an arrow. After confirming that there were no spies around, he hid in the clouds and dialed the number. The call was connected. Sua Xiaoduo's voice came. Teacher Qin. I have an urgent matter now, and I need your help to make a decision. Qin Fangyang said hurriedly, it's like this. In a few words, he told what had happened just now. Sua Xiaoduo was directly confused. Isn't this matter simple? What's there to ask? Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but sigh. Teacher Qin, you're too honest and reasonable. You can't go on like this. What's that saying again? A gentleman can be bullied. It's probably referring to people like you, although you're not a gentleman. Qin Fangyang was speechless. He really wanted to go through the phone and beat the guy up. Just say what you want to say. Cut the crap. Ah. Sua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. He called specifically to ask for advice, and he was actually so rude to Master Xiaoduo. His words were dirty. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat him, he would definitely beat him up. This matter is simple. You just have to be like this. And like this. If they say this, you do this. And if they say that, you do this. And like this. Sua Xiaoduo gestured as he spoke, his saliva flying everywhere. Qin Fangyang had been listening quietly. His face was as calm as when he was in school. On the other side, Sua Xiaoyan and Mu Yanyan's expressions became more and more strange as they listened. Finally, Sua Xiaoduo hung up the phone. Both of them gave him a thumbs up. You're too mean. What's wrong with your head? On the other side. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng looked at each other. He was talking and going out to make a phone call. He actually flew out to make a call. Do you know who we are? We're the top figures in Phoenix City, okay? One of them is a super rich person in Phoenix City and even the Astral Souls continent. The other is a martial arts family with thousands of years of history. He actually left us aside to make a call. And he even made a call for such a short time. Isn't that a bit too much? At this moment, both of them felt that they were in trouble. They just wanted to get rid of the troublemaker and do him a favor. Why? Did it turn out like this? Meng Tianyue hinted with her eyes. I feel that something is wrong. Ning Suifeng responded with his eyes. It's okay. Qin Fangyang has no enmity with us. With his strength and cultivation, it's normal for him to have some attitude. I'm saying that his attitude today is not right. Yes, it's his own attitude that is not right. Chapter 172. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling person. Moreover, we solved a big problem for you and gave you a lot of wealth. Qin Fangyang, no matter how indifferent you are to fame and fortune, no matter how high you think you are, or how much you fish for fame, I don't believe that you would not care about such a huge amount of wealth. Unless you are a saint. Indeed, in this world, there is no one who doesn't like money, absolutely no one. Even those who said that they were so poor that they only had money left, or that money was just a string of numbers, were just words that had been embellished with words. It was still another layer of meaning that they were very, very rich and liked money very much. There is really no one who doesn't like money. The only difference was the extent to which he could restrain this desire. A figure flashed, and Qin Fangyang returned from the sky. He returned to the sofa where he was originally sitting and sat down steadily. He picked up the cup and drank a mouthful of tea, tasting it with relish. Then he praised, "Good tea." Ning Suifeng laughed. "It's rare that Teacher Qin likes it. I will get someone to send it to your school later. Give me 1 kilogram first." Qin Fangyang smiled faintly. "Then I will thank you in advance." Qin Fangyang slowly raised his head and smiled. "Bosses, we've never met before. Since the two of you have shown such kindness, I'm sure you have a request. I'm a straightforward person. If there's anything you need from me, Qin Fangyang, don't hesitate to tell me. If it's something I can do, I'll do my best. If it's something I can't do, I'll be frank and find other ways to return the favor." The two of them burst into laughter. "Teacher Qin, you've misunderstood us. We just want to make friends with you, that's all. After all, as long as one is alive in this world, even if one is missing something, one can't lose a friend." "Friends." Qin Fangyang smiled and picked up the bank card and flicked it. Meng Tianyue smiled. Ning Suifeng smiled too. "Pa." Qin Fangyang slammed the bank card on the coffee table and said coldly, "Friends can play tricks on me like this." "Play tricks?" Meng Tianyue was confused. "Brother Qin, why do you say that? Although our actions this time are overstepping our boundaries, our intentions are sincere. There is really nothing else." Qin Fangyang said lightly, "Sincere? Was there? I've done my research before, and with Shin Yuxu's net worth as a big shot in Phoenix City, even if it's discounted, he still has over 100 billion in assets. Am I wrong?" "That's right. The karma between me and Shin Yuxu, as the person directly involved, is the one most qualified to discuss how to resolve it. Isn't that the logic?" Qin Fangyang said indifferently, "If I settle it myself, everything left behind by Shin Yuxu will be mine. Do the two of you have any objections?" Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng. Could this matter still be considered this way? Qin Fangyang. Are you a martial artist or a businessman? Although what you said seems to make sense, this statement is definitely not recognized by the law. They even wanted to arrest you. How come it's all yours now? That was wishful thinking. More than 100 billion worth of wealth and assets, as well as the good things that Shin Yuxu had plundered for so many years, heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. All these good things will eventually fall into my hands, and now you're giving me this. Qin Fangyang sneered, "What kind of person do you take me for? To send a beggar away? Then you want me to be grateful and treat the two of you as my best friends." After listening to Qin Fangyang's argument, Ning Suifeng was so angry that his chest puffed up. Who the hell would use 1 billion to send a beggar away? Then I'll go and beg too. In fact, the two families did this because they did not lack the idea of embezzling Shin Yuxu's assets. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Shin Yuxu, who had provoked an expert at the peak of nascent soul, would definitely die. The karma between the two parties had been established, and they would not rest until death. Qin Fangyang would never let Shin Yushu go. The two families thought about it and took the opportunity when Shin Yushu came to find Meng Tianyue to directly detain and kill him, and then a series of operations. Anyway, even if Qin Fangyang killed Shin Yushu, he would not get Shin Yushu's assets. At most, he would vent his anger, and at most, he would take away some good things. And the two of them thought that this was a happy situation. Who would have thought that Qin Fangyang was not satisfied? This was completely out of their expectations. Then, Teacher Qin is not satisfied with these gains. Meng Tianyue was really puzzled. You're just a martial arts school teacher, how big is your appetite? It should be said that I'm quite dissatisfied. I was forced to expose my identity that I've been hiding for decades, and I don't know how much trouble there will be in the future. Qin Fangyang snorted, what can these things do? In an instant, Meng Tianyue, Ning Suifeng, and Meng Qintian in the room all felt a toothache. 1 billion, 10 astral souls flame elixirs, 10,000 pieces of top-grade astral souls jade, and an ancient book of cultivation methods. In exchange, they were actually asked, what can they do? This damn sentence actually could not be answered. You said that. What can they do? The two of us sincerely want to be friends with Teacher Qin, so please tell us the amount. How much do you want to be satisfied? Ning Suifeng's face was already a little ugly. This Qin Fangyang, isn't he too insensible? Even if you're an expert at the peak of nascent soul, we're not ordinary people. Qin Fangyang's face was cold as he said, this unforeseen event is beyond my expectations, and it took me a lot of effort. But after all, the two of you have put in some effort. If I take all of these away, it's really not appropriate. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng frowned at the same time, not appropriate. You actually want to take all of it? If so, I'll take a big step back. As for the money, I only want 50 billion. It's fine if it's less, but I can't let you work for nothing. As for the astral soul's flame elixirs, since Shin Yushu can take out 10 of them as a reward for my life, then he must have a few hundred of them in stock. I want 100 astral soul's flame elixirs, and 100 elixirs of the same grade will do. And 100 heaven and earth treasures that are more than 10,000 years old will do. I, Qin Fangyang, am not an unreasonable person. In this way, the two of you can still get a huge amount of wealth. You won't have worked for nothing, and you can consider it as repaying the favor this time. When Qin Fangyang said this, Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng's mouths were opened so wide that 2 duck eggs could be stuffed in. Oh right, and the top-grade jade of astral souls, he can easily take out 10,000 yuan. It's impossible that he doesn't have at least 1,000,000 yuan in stock. I need this stuff, so I'll take 500,000 yuan. This is my bottom line. I hope the two of you won't say anything else. As for the ancient books of martial arts, he can take out 1, so he must have more. With the foundation of Meng clan and Ning clan, these little things are useless to you. I'll take all of them. You should have at least 10 ancient books of martial arts, right? After Qin Fangyang finished, the whole office was so silent that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Qin Fangyang frowned as if he was thinking about it, and said, the two of you, my request isn't too much, right? I've already taken a big step back. Do the two of you still want me to take another step back? Ha ha ha. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng sneered at the same time. Not too much, right? How thick-skinned are you, Qin Fangyang, to be able to say these words? If this isn't too much, then what is? Taking a big step back. You still want me to take another step back? You've already taken a step back. You're not joking, are you? Ha ha ha. Ning Suifeng was smiling, but his eyes were as cold as ice. He slowly said word by word, Teacher Qin, are you joking with me? Bang! Qin Fangyang unexpectedly slammed the table and shouted in disdain, "Who do you think you are? Joking with you? Are you worthy?" Suddenly, he put on a hooligan's face. To be honest, Qin Fangyang's hooligan face was really not flattering. After all, he was not a hooligan. He was just acting according to the script that Sui Xiaoduo gave him. If Sui Xiaoduo did this, Ning Suifeng would have fainted from anger. But even so, Ning Suifeng's face was already ashen, and his eyes were full of crazy killing intent. He had been the underground emperor of Phoenix City for more than 200 years. This was the first time in his life that someone pointed at his nose and said, "Are you worthy?" Teacher Qin. Meng Tianyue's face was as cold as ice. "We have good intentions." Good intentions? Embezzling my assets is good intentions. Then what if it is bad intentions? Qin Fangyang felt that he was getting more and more into the role, and his eyes were filled with anger. "Shen Yushu and I have already established our karma. Our grudges have already been settled, and we won't rest until one of us dies. You guys rashly intervened, killed him, and took the money into your own pockets. Then, you give me the scraps, and you say it's good intentions. Boss Meng, no wonder your business is so big, and you're the richest person in Phoenix City. It'd be weird if you didn't become the richest person in the city by doing business like this." Meng Tianyue took a deep breath and tried to restrain herself. "Teacher Qin, you can't calculate things like this. It's true that Shen Yushu has hundreds of billions of assets, and I recognize this no matter where he goes. But with his hundreds of billions of assets, just the liquid assets alone are no less than 30 billion. There's also his group, land, equipment, factories, stores. These fixed assets can't be immediately converted into cash, and the amount of cash that can be taken out is no more than 10 billion. You're asking for 50 billion right now. Don't tell me you want us to subsidize our assets to you." Meng Tianyue wanted to vomit blood. Not to mention the other things. "Teacher Qin, are you deliberately making things difficult for us? If we really do as you say, what's the point of us doing this?" Qin Fangyang said matter-of-factly, "What's the point of you doing this has to do with me? Who told you to do it? You guys aren't even meddling in other people's business, you're just forcibly intervening. What right do you have to interfere in my business? Did you ask for my permission?" The more Qin Fangyang spoke, the angrier he became. Today at 4 p.m. Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. I'm a little sad. After erupting for so long, I'll get a few more monthly votes. Chapter 173. At this moment, Qin Fangyang was using the anger manual that Sui Xiaoduo taught him. If you can't get angry and can't get angry, think more about how these two people deceived and used the old principle. Can you bear it? The old principle was bullied to this extent, and you can still bear to drink tea with them. It had to be said that Sui Xiaoduo's words were too vicious. Qin Fangyang's anger was at most a little bit, but after Sui Xiaoduo's words, it directly ignited his internal organs. That anger directly soared to the sky and was about to turn into a dragon. "I can't." Ning Suifeng's nose was trembling. He said sternly, "Qin Fangyang, don't push me too far. I'm not someone to be trifled with." Qin Fangyang slammed the table and stood up. "You're not someone to be trifled with, but you think I, Qin Fangyang, am a vegetarian. Old thing, why don't you try? Do you think I killed a few thousand people in one battle for no reason? Do you believe that I won't turn your Ning family upside down too? If you have the ability, show me your teeth again." Qin Fangyang pointed at Ning Suifeng's nose, his gaze sharp as if he was looking at the enemy who killed his father. "Old bastard, I'm giving you face and you don't want it. Must you see the blade? Do you think I can't pull it out? Do you think I don't dare to? This general of the five forces who had been concealing his strength for 28 years had completely awakened under the stimulation of his extreme anger. He had never been this aggressive before. At this moment, Qin Fangyang was valiant from head to toe, his face and eyes filled with the aura of a bandit. That moment of impact made Ning Suifeng feel as if he was about to have a heart attack. Meng Tianyue didn't feel any better either. She only felt that her blood pressure was rushing up. This was a teacher. This was actually a fucking teacher. The teacher of the warrior class, who had remained indifferent for the past few decades, had remained silent all year round. Cough, cough, cough. Meng Tianyue coughed hard. Cough, cough, cough. Ning Suifeng covered his chest and coughed. The two of them were now competing with each other in regret. If they knew this would happen, they wouldn't have done it in the first place. As for Shen Yushu, why not just let Qin Fangyang handle it himself? There was no need for the two of them to be blinded by greed. Although Shen Yushu's burning of the mountain had more or less destroyed Phoenix Tail Mountain and affected the overall feng shui of Phoenix City, the degree of impact could not be said to be negligible. It was not too much of a hindrance. The two of them were more confident. Qin Fangyang was indeed a powerhouse at the peak of nascent soul, but he didn't have the manpower, material and financial resources to take over all of Shen Yushu's assets. Sooner or later, they would fall into the market. With the combined power of the two, it was just a matter of convenience to deal with them. It was not much different from directly taking over. Now, this was great. He wanted to use this opportunity to make friends with a nascent soul expert, but he didn't expect that he would be such a pain in the ass. This was simply fucked by a fucked dog. The two of them didn't know that since Qin Fangyang knew about He Yuanyue's matter, he had always wanted to find trouble with them. It was just that he didn't have the right opportunity. Qin Fangyang himself was very depressed. Now, a pillow came when he wanted to sleep. How could Qin Fangyang not use this as a pretext to make a fuss and completely vent the anger in his chest? Not to mention that there was Hua Xiaoduo, the dog-headed military advisor who was afraid that the Meng and Ning families wouldn't fall and the world wouldn't be in chaos. The way he thought of was as unreasonable as it could be and as arrogant as it could be. He was as greedy as a lion's mouth could be. Qin Fangyang. Why don't the two of you pay me back? Let's discuss, everything can be discussed. It wasn't that Qin Fangyang didn't want to do this. He wanted to say this in his heart, but his negative emotions towards the other party forced him to say it out loud. Hua Xiaoduo can be shameless, but can I be as shameless? I still have to be a role model in the future. Bah, I've always been a role model and a role model. Today was just a stopgap measure. Bah, stopgap measures can't continue. It can't be repeated. Both sides were in a dilemma and gradually reached a state of mutual hostility. Suddenly, a voice broke the deadlock. Uncle Qin, Uncle Ning, Dad. Meng Chintian still had a smile on his face as he said, "We're a family, so why are we talking about this? We're just joking. Why can't we talk about it properly? Why can't we talk about it slowly?" Meng Chintian smiled, "Dad, you're really too much. Even if you ask for a sky-high price, there's always someone who can pay you back. You and Uncle Ning are really too much. Uncle Qin was just joking with you. With his character and cultivation level, how can he really care about such a small thing? You guys are really good. You just directly got carried away." Ahahaha. Meng Chintian laughed and bowed to make Qin Fangyang sit down again. Then he went over to help Ning Suifeng to sit down. Finally, he helped Meng Tianyue to sit down. Then he said with some dissatisfaction, "Dad, you and Uncle Ning are really. As a junior, I can see clearly. In fact, this matter is really not a big deal, but To be honest, you two have been in a high position for too long. You really think you're in a superior position. Not only can you not put down your face, but your temper is getting worse and worse. This is not good. Although it's not my place to say this situation is not good for the business and future development of our two families, right? Then, he turned his head and said in a sincere tone, Uncle Chin, according to common sense, what you said is not wrong at all. Any normal person would have the same thoughts as you. Chen Tian expresses my understanding. However, although your cultivation is high, you have never done business before. You don't know the twists and turns in this matter. With a face full of sincerity, he said in a gentle voice, in the business world, there is mutual deception and scheming. Naturally, there is also a lot of empty talk. Groups, buildings, companies, everything on the surface is just a shell. All the money is spinning on the road. In our words, only by spinning fast can you earn fast. To be more specific, it's in goods, real estate, and many, many more. It's in the form of money held down by business partners. The so-called $10 billion group can transfer no more than $100 million in cash at any time. This can be found everywhere. Take our South G City's Kong the Elixir Company for example. Everyone knows that he is the boss of a $100 billion company. Just a few days ago, he called me and planned to borrow $80 million in cash for a period of time. Really, this is not a lie at all. The transfer record is still with me. Shin Yushu's net worth is not small, but the results of his business these years are very ordinary, resulting in a huge backlog of inventory. His Shin Group is really just a shelf. Of course, if we estimate the total market value, there is still $100 billion. But when it comes to cash, even $10 billion is not enough. Meng Chintian sighed. This is business. It's very difficult. Uncle Chin, you have to understand our difficulties. My father sincerely wants to be friends with you. As for taking advantage of you, it's just a small matter. To put it bluntly, we have already dealt with Shin Yushu through the government. Even if we don't tell you, Uncle Chin, isn't it fine to swallow it? Why should we make things difficult in front of you? Don't you think so? Think about it carefully. Isn't it just a small matter? It's just that my father and Uncle Ning are not willing to go against their conscience and can't do such a thing. So, there is really no such thing as embezzling your property. Meng Chintian and the other two comforted him. Slowly, the three of them calmed down. Qin Fangyang took advantage of the situation, and Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng were also reminded by Meng Chintian. Reason took over again. Qin Fangyang looked at Meng Chintian. This was the first time he looked at Meng Chintian. He realized that compared to Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng, this Meng Chintian was the most difficult to deal with. It was not hard to imagine how meticulous this person's mind was just based on his eloquence and his thoughtfulness. Then what do you think we should do? Qin Fangyang slammed the table. Is this the so-called sincere way of making friends? You made me lose so many benefits for no reason. If it weren't for this wealth, do you think I would expose my identity and break the peace of my life for decades? You! Ning Suifeng was about to rush up again. But Meng Chintian's words, I changed it 4 or 5 times. After all, I'm not a businessman, and I'm not a smooth and slick person. It's so difficult. Chapter 174. Meng Tianyue had completely regained her senses. She panted and forced a smile. Teacher Qin, your original intention is not wrong. But the condition you proposed is too much. Perhaps you have already taken a big step back, but it is still unrealistic and even ridiculous. Qin Fangyang looked at him from the corner of his eyes, trying hard to control his impulse to slap him to death. There were already quite a number of people waiting outside. Qin Fangyang used his divine sense to check and was surprised to find that there were a few people who were not weaker than him. He became more vigilant. The strength of these two clans was really unexpectedly deep and profound. Teacher Qin, I will say it again. We sincerely want to be friends with you. Things have changed to this point. It is not my wish, nor is it Master Ning's wish. Meng Tianyue said, how about this, I'll give you a number, and you can consider it carefully. If it works, then we'll both be happy. From now on, we'll often meet each other, and at least we'll be acquaintances. If it doesn't work, then we'll have to rely on our own means in the future. Even if Brother Ning and I did something stupid today. Qin Fangyang was unmoved. Say it, I am listening. Star Yuan, 10 billion. Astral Soul's Flame Pill, 200. 10,000-year-old Spiritual Herbs, 10. High-grade Astral Soul's Jade, 20,000. The cultivation method is still the same. That is all. Do you think it is okay? Meng Tianyue said slowly. Ning Suifeng said angrily, Meng Tianyue. Meng Tianyue smiled bitterly, Brother Ning, if Teacher Qin can accept it, I think it is worth it. Ning Suifeng gasped for breath. With just these, Shen Yushu's wealth was not enough. At the very least, the Star Soul Flame Pill would require the two clans to contribute quite a bit. The 10,000-year spiritual herbs would also need to be contributed. Qin Fangyang looked at Ning Suifeng, Master Ning, I don't know what you think. Do you agree or disagree? Ning Suifeng opened his mouth and saw Meng Tianyue winking at him. He turned his head sullenly, I agree. Deal. Qin Fangyang slapped the table and laughed, the two bosses are indeed straightforward people. They are decisive and generous. If you want to fight, then. Hearing this, Ning Suifeng immediately turned around and got angry. Then, he was stunned. Deal? Not only him, but even Meng Tianyue was also a little confused. The deal was done just like that. Qin Fangyang actually did not take another step forward. I even left him a little room to bargain. Since the price has been settled, I'll have to trouble the two of you to make some preparations. I'm going to take it away now. Money is really a good thing. However, it's best to leave it in your own hands. That's the most reassuring and stable thing. There's no time to lose. A long night is fraught with dreams. Qin Fangyang crossed his legs and started drinking tea. At the same time, he said, by the way, Master Ning, don't forget to send the 2 kilograms of tea you promised me tomorrow. Ning Suifeng. Okay. Meng Qintian did not delay and went out to prepare the supplies. Only Meng Tianyue, Ning Suifeng, and Qin Fangyang were left in the room. It had to be said that Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng were really sly old foxes. Just now, they had lost control of their emotions. Now that they had regained their rationality, they were not angry at all. Instead, they started to talk and laugh with Qin Fangyang again. Boss Meng, Master Ning, your two families really have deep foundations. Qin Fangyang said leisurely, since we've cooperated, you can also let your shadow bodyguards rest. Won't they be tired if they stay like this all the time? Ning Suifeng laughed. Shadow bodyguards, their greatest value lies in the word shadow. If they come out, they're not shadow bodyguards anymore. He narrowed his eyes and said, besides, facing a super great master like Teacher Qin, without shadow bodyguards, how would I dare to hit the table with Teacher Qin? Then, he burst into laughter. Qin Fangyang also laughed. He looked at the position beside Meng Tianyue and then at the position beside Ning Suifeng. He sighed sincerely. With such bodyguards, no matter who wants to kill the two of you, it won't be an easy thing. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng looked at each other and laughed in unison. Not long later, Meng Qintian came back with a space ring. Teacher Qin, the money has been transferred to your card. The password is. As for the astral soul's jade, the elixirs, they're all in this ring. The elixirs have been stored in a warm jade box. Not bad, not bad. You're really not bad. Qin Fangyang praised. Then, that's it for today. Master Ning, don't forget about the tea leaves. I really like them. Before he could finish his sentence, he stood up and left. Meng Tianyue smiled and said, Teacher Qin, if there's time, I'll call you and we'll drink tea together. I guarantee that it'll be good tea that Teacher Qin likes. Okay. Qin Fangyang's voice came from afar. The other side seemed to be thousands of feet away. What a loss. After a long time, when he was sure that Qin Fangyang was far away, Ning Suifeng sighed. It's indeed a loss. Meng Tianyue said. Our initial plan was to use a sum of money to buy him over and make him owe us a favor. Then, he would help us do things. But the situation changed again and again. We didn't even have the chance to say what we wanted him to do. Even if we had the chance, it wouldn't have worked. If it wasn't for Qintian who came out to smooth things over, our relationship would have been strained. Meng Tianyue sighed. We misjudged Qin Fangyang's personality. We thought that he was a man of character and could be easily bullied. But we didn't expect that he's a typical outlaw. I'm guessing that the death of Shen Yushu's son, Shen Tainan, could have been caused by him. He used this to trigger Shen Yushu's killing intent. Then, he was killed by Shen Tainan and obtained a large amount of wealth. If not for this, he wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. From the root of it, we're really snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Why else do you think I was willing to give him so much money just to let him get rid of his resentment? Our family is big, we can't afford to waste time with him. If he's determined to assassinate us, it'll be a headache. Losses will be inevitable. Meng Qintian said quietly, but today's start is still a good thing. We can slowly contact him in the future. Friendship can't be built in a day. A friendship that can be built in a day isn't friendship, it's hypocrisy. That's right. Ning Suifeng nodded in agreement. Meng Tianyue said, Qin Fangyang's matter can be planned slowly. If it doesn't work, we can still put pressure on Second High. We can even reveal today's matter to Second High. We can label Shintianan's death and the plan to kill him as a conspiracy. It's a complete scheme to kill with a borrowed knife. Then, like that year, one in the light, one in the dark, one in the dark, one in the right, one in the right. Let Yuanyue put pressure on Qin Fangyang. Won't everything be easy to do? That's right. Ning Suifeng said, it's true that our initial prediction was wrong. I didn't expect Qin Fangyang to be a troublemaker who doesn't play by the rules. It's really unexpected. Meng Qintian frowned and said, Father, Master Ning, I'm afraid we can't make a conclusion about Qin Fangyang's character. When he first came in, and even when he met me, his personality was completely different. He probably said that he wanted to make a phone call, and after he answered the phone call, his whole person changed. I think this phone call is the key. Meng Tianyue suddenly woke up and said, that's right. Go and check who Qin Fangyang called just now. It's useless. Meng Qintian said, I went out and checked just now. Qin Fangyang's registered phone number in Second High didn't show that he made a call. The number he used just now should be another secret number. It's impossible to check. Then we'll pay close attention later. Ning Suifeng stood up tiredly. I've had enough today. It's really been too long since I've had such an experience. I've actually tasted it all today. I'm going back to rest. Tomorrow, I'll even send him tea leaves. Damn it. Meng Tianyue smiled bitterly and said, there's really no other way. Oh, by the way, Brother Ning, what do you think about the marriage between Qintian and Qingqing? Ning Suifeng paused and sighed, saying, I've told that girl, but she's very wild now. She doesn't listen to me at all. Qintian, you see if you should take the initiative to get in touch with her more. After all, it's a matter between you young people. You can't expect me and your father to decide directly. How uncomfortable that would be. Meng Qintian smiled and said, okay, Uncle Ning. But as for Qingqing, it's still up to her. I respect her choice. Ning Suifeng shook his head and sighed. He took his people and left. Meng Tianyue and Meng Qintian looked at each other and were speechless. Let's discuss it again. Okay. Qin Fangyang left the Meng group and went straight back to Second High. He then walked around Second High, changed his clothes, and rushed into the sky, hiding in layers of clouds. When he reappeared, he was already beside Suoxiaoduo's window. He gently knocked twice. Dong dong. Teacher Qin is here. Suoxiaoduo immediately opened the window. Qin Fangyang flipped in and nodded, spiritual sense is here too. Suoxiaonian bowed slightly, hello, Teacher Qin. And, good. Qin Fangyang said, how are the preparations on your side? Teacher Mu has already started. Suoxiaoduo looked unprecedentedly serious and said in a deep voice, when she comes back, we can start the next step of the arrangement. The problem now is, when can your people be in place? Qin Fangyang took out his phone and shook it, saying, Sister Lan and Luo Lai will come with one call. We've already agreed before. Let's gather outside the city. The risk of being exposed is lower. Okay. Suoxiaoduo was suddenly curious, Teacher Qin, how is it? How's the harvest this time? Qin Fangyang smiled, but he couldn't help but sigh, saying, this world is really the world of bandits and ruffians. But this success, I don't know what to say. Suoxiaoduo narrowed his eyes. This doesn't sound right. Sure enough, Qin Fangyang stared at Suoxiaoduo. Suoxiaoduo, your temperament is a bit skewed. Look at the ideas you came up with, aren't they pure ruffians? Chapter 175. Suoxiaoduo was speechless. This old man used my methods and wisdom to take advantage of me, and now he's lecturing me. This is intolerable. In this world, only bandits and hooligans can achieve their goals. Qin Fangyang lectured, Suoxiaoduo, you have to be careful. Suoxiaoduo was speechless, Teacher Qin, how much did you get? Can you give me a definite answer? Sigh. Qin Fangyang sighed, 10 billion star dollars, 200 astral souls flame pills, 10 10,000-year-old elixirs, 20,000 high-grade jade of astral souls. And a martial arts manual. Wow! Suoxiaoduo's eyes immediately turned into a resplendent golden color. He jumped for joy and grabbed Qin Fangyang's arm. Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin. My most respected and worshipped Teacher Qin. Qin Fangyang's face turned cold. He swung his arm fiercely, get off me. Suoxiaoduo's entire body hung on Qin Mo's arm tightly. He spun around a few times without letting go. His face was full of flattery, and his voice was extremely corny. Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin, you can't forget that I am a great contributor. I gave you advice, I was at your beck and call, and I worked my heart out for you. Teacher Qin, even if you eat meat, you have to let me, your student, drink some soup. Get lost. If you dare to say one more word about me, I'll kill you right now. Qin Fangyang had a thick layer of goosebumps all over his body. He swung Sui Xiaoduo more than a dozen times, but he still couldn't shake him off. This showed how obsessed he was with money. He said angrily, "This money is ill-gotten wealth, do you know that? What do you want it for?" "I plan to keep a portion of it in second high, donate another portion to the Empire's military, and donate the last portion to the Academy of Sciences." "How many good things can be made with this much money? How many hot-blooded men can it save?" "You miser." "I see." When Sui Xiaoduo heard that it was a serious matter, he stopped pestering her. He paused for a moment and said, "Then I must donate with you. The donor is Qin Fangyang, Sui Xiaoduo. I spent a lot of money on this project. It's a must to have the right to sign the project. As long as you don't mind the trouble, it doesn't matter if you remove my name. Just write that it was donated by Sui Xiaoduo. Anyway, I was planning to donate it anonymously." Qin Fangyang snorted and narrowed his eyes. "But are you sure you want to donate using your real name?" Sui Xiaoduo shuddered at the thought of the trouble that would come with donating a huge sum of money. "I'm not sure. You can't write my name. Master Sui has always done good deeds without leaving his name. Who do you think you are?" Qin Fangyang slapped Sui Xiaoduo and sent him flying onto the bed. Sui Xiaoyan looked distressed. "Damn, this teacher is so rude. But as a teacher, no one could interfere when he was teaching his student a lesson. Moreover, he was teaching his student to get rid of his problems. Well, that damn mouth of his should be controlled. His parents and himself couldn't bring themselves to do it. With Master Qin's help, it would be a good thing." At this moment, the wind whistled outside the window. Mu Yanyan's beautiful figure came in through the window. "Done. Master Mu, you are so awesome. It didn't take much time." Sui Xiaoduo praised her from the bottom of his heart. Then he asked, "Is there any problem with the Meng Group's headquarters and the Ning family's ancestral grave?" "No problem at all. The whole process was carried out strictly according to your instructions. I can guarantee that no one will find out." Mu Yanyan was very indifferent. It would be strange if such a peerless master couldn't do such a sneaky thing without anyone noticing. "As for the two stones placed in the two artificial lakes, I directly placed them in the soil 19 meters below the spring in the center of the lake." Sui Xiaoduo was worried. "They won't be washed away or moved by the water, right? How is that possible?" Mu Yanyan looked at Sui Xiaoduo with some displeasure. "This kid, he doesn't trust me. Even if there is an earthquake, those two coins will be safe and sound. They will be as stable as a mountain." That's good, that's good." Sui Xiaoduo immediately took on the role of commander-in-chief. "Sister Nian Nian, take the piggy bank and let's go. The follow-up operation begins." "Enough." Qin Fangyang took out his phone and sent out 2 messages. On the other side, Sister Lan and Luo Lai silently rose from the second high school's campus and rushed into the clouds. Like lightning, they dashed out of the city. On the other side, Qin Fangyang grabbed Sui Xiaoduo's neck and flew away like lightning. Sui Xiaoyan hurriedly chased after him. "Master Qin, can't you grab his collar? At least it will make you feel better." He actually grabbed a dog's neck. That's too uncomfortable, isn't it? However, Qin Fangyang's speed was so fast that he ignored her. He still grabbed Sui Xiaoduo's neck and disappeared in a flash. Sui Xiaoyan desperately chased after him with the piggy bank. Suddenly, a figure flashed. It was Mu Yanyan who came to Sui Xiaoyan's side. She grabbed her shoulder and suddenly sped up. Suddenly, the master and disciple disappeared in midair. Sui Xiaoduo, who was being held by the neck, struggled in the air. He wanted to resist, but he also wanted to beg for mercy. However, the hurricane directly forced all his words back into his stomach. Sua Xiaoduo tactfully shut his mouth and closed his eyes. However, his hair had long been uncontrollably messy and soared into the sky. The flesh on his cheeks trembled as the wind blew against them. If Sua Xiaoduo's current state was to be described with 3 words, it would be suffocating. His 2 arms flailed and his 2 legs kicked. He was like a tortoise that had been caught. He was carried by Qin Fangyang and flew for 300 miles. Bang! The moment the 2 arrived at the mountain outside the city, Sua Xiaoduo was thrown down. He stood up and fell back down dizzily. He muttered, "I must have done something wrong in my previous life. I can't believe I met such a master in this life. God." Qin Fangyang said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? What are you complaining about? As a martial artist, you don't know how to adjust your breathing in the air. You are blown like this by the wind and you still have the face to complain. No matter what the situation is, the rhythm of your breathing can't be messed up. If you can't breathe externally, can't you breathe internally? A martial artist must remember that the threat of life and death is always with you. Only in this way can you ensure that you can adapt to new situations at any time. Look at you, complaining to the heavens and the earth, you are a good-for-nothing." Sua Xiaoduo's face turned green. He lowered his head obediently and listened to the lecture. He had forgotten just now. After being lectured, he really couldn't refute it. Sister Lan and Luo Lai were already standing in the shadows. When they saw Qin Fangyang and his disciple arrive, they walked out at the same time. "How do we do it? Where do we start? We still have to wait." Sua Xiaoduo looked into the distance. After a while, Mu Yanyan and Sua Xiaoyan's graceful figures appeared in the air like fairies and slowly landed. "Sister Nian Nian." Sua Xiaoduo stroked his hair and hurriedly went forward. The 2 mountains and the 2 lakes belong to the heavenly eye in the aura examination technique. Therefore, you, the bearer of the phoenix bloodline, have to do it personally. Place the coin in the deepest part of the spring and make sure that it won't be shaken by external forces. It has to be firm and firm. There can't be any possibility of it shaking. We're going to open the mountain later. If it shakes, all our previous efforts will be wasted. You have to do it immediately. You can ask Teacher Mu to accompany you. You have to be quick. When you're done, come back here to meet us. Also, don't take out the coin before it enters the water. Okay, I understand. Sua Xiaoyan memorized Sua Xiaoduo's instructions with a serious expression and repeated them. Mu Yanyan was worried that her disciple was too slow and didn't want to be delayed. She simply grabbed Sua Xiaoyan and flew away. "Teacher Qin, please go to the 2 man-made lakes and confirm the situation of the water inlet and outlet. If you can move it a little." "Okay." Qin Fangyang's work was exceptionally easy. He was also very fast. It only took him a few minutes to fly back on his sword. "I'm done here." "They're not back yet." "Not yet." "Well, their work is more troublesome, especially to fix the coin. We can't be careless. It's okay if they're a little slow. When they come back, we have to start the follow-up immediately. Try to finish all the work tonight to minimize the possibility of being exposed." "Okay." The moonlight tonight was extremely dim. The world was gray and it was almost impossible to see beyond a few steps. Sua Xiaoduo looked at the gray in front of him and suddenly couldn't help but ask himself, isn't this too cruel? But then he made up his mind. To deal with such people, even if it was 10,000 times more cruel, it should be done. If it wasn't cruel enough, how could he completely destroy the enemy? To be kind to the enemy was to be cruel to himself and to everyone on his side. After less than a quarter of an hour, Mu Yanyan flew back with Sua Xiaoyan. The coin at the bottom of the lake has been placed properly. Now we can start the follow-up. Teacher Chin, please team up with Aunt Lon. It's yin and yang. Well, I'll be there too. I'll command on the spot. Teacher Luo, Teacher Mu, and Sister Nyan, please go to the west and act according to the plan. Okay. Mu Yan, Luo Lai, and Sui Xiaoyan flew away together. Qin Fangyang and Sister Lon grabbed Sui Xiao Duo and left together. Both of them felt a little strange. You're commanding on the spot. Damn it, you're commanding us. So this guy isn't ready to work at all. So, the hurricane infusion state was started again. This time, Sui Xiao Duo had learned his lesson. He shut his mouth and eyes tightly and activated his internal circulation. He only felt a wave of cool air pouring down from the top of his head and a wave of burning air surging up from the bottom of his feet. Above it was the Ren meridian, below it was the Du meridian, and gradually merged up and down at the tailbone. Suddenly, Qin Fangyang, who was grabbing his neck, was shocked and stopped moving at high speed. Chapter 176. Sister Lon did not know what was going on and instinctively stopped as well. Qin Fangyang slapped Sui Xiaoduo's face and woke him up from his meditation. His voice was filled with fear as he said, "What time is this? You're not allowed to break through." Sui Xiaoduo felt his head buzzing. His surging primordial qi, which was in urgent need of an outlet, suddenly dissipated and calmed down. Sister Lon asked in surprise, "Break through? Just now?" Qin Fangyang was speechless. "I don't know what kind of freak this kid is. I held him by the neck and he almost broke through the bottleneck of the innate stage." The muscles on Sister Lan's face twitched. This kid is so talented. Even if he has reached the peak of martial master, but it's great that he can break through in such a special environment. Qin Fangyang was still a little angry. Fortunately, I discovered it early. If I let him break through like this, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Sister Lon was also an expert in cultivation. She agreed. Yes, if he broke through in such a situation, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Sui Xiaoduo was confused. Isn't it a good thing to break through? Why do you two look like it's the end of the world? Why is there a lot of trouble? We'll talk about this in class tomorrow. Your cultivation progress is so fast that you don't know much about the basics of cultivation. Now, control yourself. No matter what, you can't break through the bottleneck. Do you understand? Qin Fangyang warned sternly. Understood. Although Sui Xiaoduo said that he understood, he really didn't understand what was going on just now. However, after being interrupted by Qin Fangyang, he couldn't find that strange feeling anymore. Even if he wanted to break through again, it would be impossible for him. However, Qin Fangyang did not dare to hold him by the neck again. If this kid did it again, it would be difficult to stop him. He turned around and held his arm. He even used some of his primordial qi to help him block the wind, forming an air shield as they flew. Sui Xiaoduo suddenly received preferential treatment and was actually somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. It was so comfortable. Moments later, the three of them arrived at the peak of the eastern mountain. Carefree Peak, also known as Carefree Slope, was the location of the phoenix's right wing as seen by the aura examination technique. At the top of the mountain, there was a crystal-clear lake. On the far right was a dam, while on the left was a natural mountain that blocked the flow of the lake water, causing the water to flow east along the dam. At the foot of this mountain was the Wenshui River. The water flowed slowly into a canyon and gradually disappeared. On the other side of the canyon was the surging Azure Billow River. The Wenshui River protruded from a part of the canyon, transforming into a waterfall that converged with the Kanglan River. Sui Xiaoduo pointed at the canyon and said, "Later, we have to block that side and block the flow of the water. Then, we have to raise the dam on the opposite side of the lake and move part of the mountain range over there. This will make the lake water rush down from here and rush to the west. It will drive the water flow and cause it to reverse direction. The banks on both sides of the river have to be raised to a certain height. Raise it to the point where the water can flow against the current, and it won't be destroyed no matter how heavy the rain. Sister Lan sighed. So you want me to be your coolie? Qin Fangyang's eyebrows twitched. Last night, when he heard Sua Xiaoduo talking about it, he felt that it was extremely easy. But now that he was on the ground, he realized that it was a huge project when he actually did it. Let me test the situation on the other side of the canyon first. Qin Fangyang flew up. In the air, his whole body suddenly burst out with dazzling sword light and slowly descended. The moment he landed, his 2 feet stepped on the rocks of the canyon, giving off a feeling that the whole sky was pressing down on them. Endless mighty power was slowly released from his feet. The bottom of the canyon under his feet constantly emitted cracking sounds. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Under Sua Xiaoduo's dumbfounded gaze, the entire canyon actually collapsed. With a loud bang, the water stirred up waves of thousands of feet high. Sister Lan, who had wanted to help, had a look of admiration in her eyes. Not bad, not bad. Qin Fangyang's brain is quite good. He just channeled his power down and used his Yin force to completely crush the rocks directly below. Once enough is destroyed, he will press down heavily. Naturally, it will not be able to withstand the weight above and it will collapse on its own. This way, he can perfectly block the exit of the water. Qin Fangyang followed the same pattern and lowered the mountains on both sides neatly by 7 to 8 meters. When Shuwei River, which was slowly approaching, gradually lost its way. The river water began to accumulate, and the water level kept rising. It's my turn. Sister Lan flew up, her sleeves fluttering. In a flash, she had already reached the mountain on this side. Her sword light flashed continuously, connecting into one. Then, with a soft shout from Sister Lan, a mountain that was at least a few 100,000 pounds had already left its original position. Sister Lan carried it along the shore of the lake to the opposite side, and then casually threw it into the lake beside the dam on the other side. Boom! The water rushed up to the sky. Sua Xiaoduo watched until his neck stretched out, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. From here to the other side, it was a few dozen miles. Sister Lan went over just like that, as if she was dancing. When he proposed this idea, Sua Xiaoduo was actually not very confident. Saying that it would be completed in one night was just the most optimistic scenario. There was a 99% chance that it would be impossible. The reason was very simple. The project was really too big. At least in Sua Xiaoduo's knowledge, it was moving mountains and filling the sea. However, he did not say it out loud. He was afraid that it would be too big a project and cause everyone's enthusiasm to diminish. He planned to take it one step at a time and see how far he could go. But now, it seemed that this project, which was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, was not easy in the hands of Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan, but really, it was not difficult at all. After Qin Fangyang blocked the river, he also started to move the mountain. His method was more meticulous. He turned the mountain rocks into pieces, and in the process of moving them, he gradually increased the height of the canyon and the topography of both sides of the river. Sister Lan was also constantly moving the rocks from this side to the other side. Sua Xiaoduo stared blankly at them. The two of them moved the mountain back and forth, but it did not affect the native vegetation on the mountain. Whether it was sand, soil, trees, or grass, all of them were moved over in perfect condition. The mountain, which was made up of many broken rocks, was a complete, square rock in the hands of the two of them. Well, anyway, looking at the two of them, it was more like tofu. The mountain, which was almost 2,000 meters high, was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, when Sister Lan and Qin Fangyang moved two relatively large rocks at the same time. Boom. The water of the heavenly jewel lake finally began to pour down from the gap that appeared on this side. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo clearly saw the two of them turn their heads to look at him. It won't work. It's not enough. Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly shouted, "It has been raining heavily for the past 2 days. The lake water has accumulated a lot more than usual. Now, we need to calculate the water level according to the usual water level. No matter what, we have to go down another 7 or 8 meters. 7 or 8 meters. Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan both rolled their eyes. That's just one more rock each. What's the point? As the last rock was moved away, the water of the heavenly jewel lake gushed down and converged into the Wenshui River. The water of the Wenshui River had already accumulated to a certain height. With the gushing of the water, it immediately reversed direction and started to flow back. Now, what we need to do is to continue to raise the river bank. I didn't expect the water to accumulate to such a height. If the dam bursts from here, the other side will suffer. Qin Fangyang rubbed his chin and looked at it for a while. Then, he began to move the rocks down from the mountain nearby. Try your best to erase all traces so that our actions won't be discovered by others as much as possible. Of course, it's best if we don't get discovered by others. Zhou Xiaoduo reminded him of the principle of perfection. No problem. Sister Lan and Qin Fangyang agreed at the same time. Then, the two of them got busy again. Another hour passed. Finally, the two of them straightened their backs, sweating profusely and panting. Although the two of them were great grandmasters, they had been moving mountains and filling seas for so long. Furthermore, they had to be meticulous and careful at every step. They were afraid that they would accidentally cause the dam to collapse. It would be a lie to say that they weren't tired. What was more tiring was their mental energy. The two of them had put in more mental energy than physical energy. It was not inferior to the exhaustion of a huge battle. However, the effect was very obvious. It was immediate and clear at a glance. As the lake water continued to pour down, the Wenshui River indeed flowed in the opposite direction as Zhou Xiaoduo had said. The river water flowed leisurely and surged forward. Moreover, it felt very natural and there was no obstruction at all. The work here is done. Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Next, we will follow the Wenshui River and head west. Along the way, we will take care of whatever we can." All right. Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan agreed verbally. However, in their hearts, they had the urge to roll their eyes. This brat really had an evil landlord's temper. He had just finished such heavy work and he didn't even say a word about taking a break that he was desperately squeezing the labor force. Zhou Xiaoduo obviously didn't know what the two of them were thinking. If he knew, he would definitely say that he was wronged. Both of you looked more relaxed than the other. I thought you weren't tired at all. The two of them sprinted along the way. This time, they were purely relying on Zhou Xiaoduo's speed. The faster he ran, the closer Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan followed. Even though Zhou Xiaoduo had been sprinting all the way and was so tired that he stuck his tongue out, he couldn't leave the two of them even half a step behind. They ran like this for a full 70 to 80 miles. Only then did they see the scene of the rivers from the east and west colliding with each other. However, the river water from the west had obviously weakened a lot. It seemed that the Lingzhu Lake in the west had also begun to take effect. As time went on, the river water from the east gradually showed an effortless momentum, driving the river water from the west all the way back that it was unstoppable and unstoppable. It's very much like two armies facing each other. One side is strong, the other side is weak. It gradually evolved into a crushing situation. Qin Fangyang's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. Begging for monthly votes, subscription. Recommendation votes. Oh my God, why is this new month so long? I'm so tired. Chapter 177. The three of them followed the river all the way to the west. Along the way, Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan quickly cleared out the higher terrains and leveled them up. The water flowed all the way forward. At this time, the sky was already showing signs of light. It's 4:20 in the morning. Xiao Duo looked at the time. We have to speed up. We can definitely finish it quickly. At most, we'll reach Phoenix Ridge in another 50 miles. There won't be a problem. Qin Fangyang looked at the mountain in the distance and made a rough estimation. As they were talking, there was a rumbling sound in front of them. Mu Yanyan and the others had also finished the transformation and were coming along the river bank to deal with the obstructed areas. Qin Fangyang smiled and sped up again. After about 15 minutes, the two sides met. Done. Done. What about your side? Naturally, it's also done. There were 6 people on both sides. Except for Xiao Duo, the other 5 were all very tired, but they all forced themselves to pretend that they were not tired at all. Let's go to Lingzhu Lake and see if there are any flaws. Xiao Duo suggested. At Lingzhu Lake, Xiao Duo carefully observed the landscape here. Because of Mu Yanyan and Xiaoyan's meticulousness, the traces were cleaned up more naturally than the other side. The rolling river water flowed through the big hole under Phoenix Ridge and flowed into the Hanshui River. Everything was done without a trace. If it weren't for the preconceived idea, even Xiao Duo wouldn't be able to see that there was a reversal of the universe here. Luo Lai wiped the sweat on his face and grimaced. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to be a pangolin in my life. The whole 30-mile-long tunnel through the mountains and water was all opened by me alone. I have never done such a laborious work in my life. Old Qin, you have to treat me to a good drink and a good meal tomorrow. No problem, no problem. Qin Fangyang agreed, everyone will go. I'll take care of the celebration feast. I won't be going. Sis Lan hesitated for a moment and said, I still have to take care of the former principal. Qin Fangyang's intentions were somewhat impure to begin with. He hurriedly advised, Sister Lan, we've accomplished great things here. How can we not celebrate? Invite the old principal along. Sister Lan snorted and said, who is the old principal? Drink with you guys. What are you thinking? Qin Fangyang was a little disheartened. We'll talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Xiao Duo was very anxious. I wonder if anyone still has the energy to send Sister Nian Nian back quickly. We must put the piggy bank away before the sun rises. Xiao Duo really didn't expect that this huge project would be completed overnight. The Xiaoyan part of the whole plan was actually a flaw that wasn't really a flaw. With Xiaoyan's current state, she might not be able to return home in time with her own strength. Mu Yanyan said, I'll go. Be sure to put it under the bed directly under the pillow. Seal it well and don't move it. We'll use the same method of placing it. Be careful. Xiao Duo was still worried and reminded her again. There was a flash of sword light. Mu Yanyan had already grabbed Xiao Duo with her left hand and Xiaoyan with her right hand and disappeared into the night sky. Since you're so worried, let's go together. Sister Lan looked in the direction Mu Yanyan left and said, flying 1,000 swords. Qin Fangyang, you're in this realm now, right? Qin Fangyang said, why? A breakthrough is right in front of you. Sister Lan said lightly, Qin Fangyang, you have to hurry. I don't know what your plans are after you break through. Qin Fangyang was silent for a moment and said, I can break through at any time. I must find Qianqian first before I do anything. Sister Lan sighed and said softly, Qin Fangyang. It's better not to see her. Qin Fangyang said nothing. Sister Lan said lightly, according to what you said, I'm afraid your wife is no longer in this world. Why bother to look for someone who doesn't exist and waste such a good time? Qin Fangyang also said lightly, no, she must still be here. If she's no longer here, I will sense it. Sister Lan sighed faintly, even if you find her, she has no cultivation and can't continue to absorb spiritual energy. The best case scenario is that she's just an old woman with wrinkled skin and white hair. What's the point? Qin Fangyang took a long breath and said, you mean, you want me to let it go now? Then, he would find a new cultivator as his partner and live in harmony with the zither. Never find Qianqian again. He abruptly turned his head and stared intently at Sister Lan. The woman who gave up everything for me, her youth, her feelings, her love, her future, her aptitude, her life. Let her quietly die in a place that I don't even know about. Is that what you mean? Perhaps many years later, when I break through the cloud transformation realm, my lifespan will be longer, and I'll laugh proudly in the world with my immortal partner. Then, I'll forget that poor woman who's already under a pile of yellow soil forever. At that time, I'll live until my lifespan is so long that I can't even remember her. To the point where I can't even remember her name and her face. Qin Fangyang stood alone as he looked at the night sky that had already begun to change slightly. He gently exhaled, as if he had exhaled decades of yearning in one breath. He softly said, Is that so? Sister Lan couldn't help but be speechless. Qin Fangyang laughed self-deprecatingly, now it's my turn to ask you. If I do that, what's the point of everything Qianqian has done for me? What's worth it in the world? She gave up everything just to save a heartless man. Did she lose out? Qin Fangyang turned his head and looked at Sister Lan with a sharp gaze. What do you think? Sister Lan sighed softly and turned her head to avoid Qin Fangyang's gaze. She said faintly, women can be so silly sometimes. Maybe she'd rather you forget her completely and not remember her at all. That's right. That's why she's worth remembering. She's worth me spending the rest of my life to find her. Qin Fangyang's emotions slowly became agitated. He said, I want to tell her. Tell her. Her love back then was not given to the wrong person. Tell her. Her sacrifice back then was not in vain. Tell her. The person she sacrificed everything to protect back then was not a heartless man. Even if she died immediately when I saw her, she should have left with satisfaction and not with regret. Even if she closed her eyes, she would still be worried about me and worry about my future. She would not have left alone with nothing. Because when she closed her eyes, what she took away was the love that she had no regrets in her life. If I can't even give her this, then am I, Qin Fangyang, still a man? Am I still a man? All of you want to fulfill her wish and want to fulfill her wish. But why doesn't anyone think of fulfilling my wish? Qin Fangyang roared angrily, have you ever thought about it? Are you really doing her a favor by helping her like this? Can't you see how cruel this is to her? Sister Lan was speechless. Luo Lai was also speechless. As Qin Fangyang's close friend, he obviously knew about Qin Fangyang's past. At this moment, there was only Qin Fangyang's heavy breathing in the air. Every breath was mixed with a kind of exhaustion and helplessness. That was knowing that there was a road ahead, but not daring to take a step forward. Heartbroken as he watched the most important person in his life slowly wither away. That kind of heartbroken calmness. That kind of heart-wrenching waiting. But he couldn't say a single word, and he couldn't change his gaze. Beside him, the sound of flowing water from the Wenshui River could be heard. Qin Fangyang looked at the river flowing happily to the west with envy. Many years later, the flowing water here would still be so cheerful and smooth, and it would still make the same sound. But the person I love would already be gone by then. That I still know that she is still alive. But by then, it would be hard for me to even have the chance to suffer like today. At this moment, the east slowly brightened up. A red sun suddenly protruded from the horizon, emitting thousands of rays of golden light. The mountains and rivers were dyed with a layer of brilliant gold. Let's go back. Qin Fangyang lowered his head and moved his feet mechanically. Like a walking corpse, he staggered towards the direction of Phoenix City. Sister Lan looked at Qin Fangyang's back and inexplicably felt Qin Fangyang's extreme sorrow. The morning sun revived all living things, making everything bright and beautiful. However, Qin Fangyang, who was walking towards the sun, looked like a zombie that had decayed for tens of thousands of years. He could fall to the ground at any time and turn into dust with a snap of a finger. Sigh. Sister Lan sighed. Luo Lai, who was at the side, said softly, "Old Qin is really not having it easy. We should also help him find his wife. I hope that the heavens will not be so cruel to let this pair of lovers be unable to meet even in death." Sister Lan glanced at Luo Lai and did not speak for a long time. She let out a sigh. Sister Lan really did not know what to do about this matter. She knew about Qin Fangyang's persistence, but she also knew about He Yuanyue's temper. If the two of them really acknowledged each other, then He Yuanyue would probably leave that night. Because she knew that her life was the biggest burden to Qin Fangyang. As long as she was still around, Qin Fangyang would definitely not let go of her to find his own happiness. Therefore, He Yuanyue would not allow this to happen. She would rather die silently. Everything would be over once she died. You know that I am no longer around, so you should give up. With your character, ability, and cultivation, there will naturally be many times more outstanding than me. Beautiful women who can cultivate and accompany you for a long time will appear. They will discover your good points and accompany you, making you happy for the rest of your life. However, Sister Lan realized that Qin Fangyang was on the other extreme. Similarly, everything would be over once she died. When Qianqian died, Qin Fangyang's heart would also die. Everything would be over. There was only one person in her heart. There was also only one person in his heart. Chapter 178. Ask the world, what is love? Sister Lan looked at the rising sun and sighed softly. For a moment, her heart was in a mess. From Qin Fangyang's words, Sister Lan could tell that Qin Fangyang already knew something. This was inevitable. Otherwise, he would not be so angry. You all want to help her, but why didn't anyone help me? This sentence was very obvious. Qin Fangyang is not stupid. No wonder Qin Fangyang had so many things to do with the old principal. He often went to He Yuanyue's office. And everything was so natural. Qin Fangyang was such an iron-blooded man. It was really hard for him to think of these reasons every day. Sister Lan sighed in her heart. But what should we do about this? Sister Lan absolutely did not dare to tell He Yuanyue what Qin Fangyang had already guessed. This was a bomb. It would immediately blow He Yuanyue to smithereens. Go back and rest. Sister Lan sighed and hurriedly flew away. Luo Lai naturally felt that Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan's emotions were very strange. He could not help but have doubts in his heart. Could it be that Sister Lan is the wife that old Qin has been looking for? After so many years, she has a new lover and does not want to acknowledge him. But I don't see Sister Lan's new lover. Old Luo scratched his head. He only felt that these boring things between men and women were really too tiring. It's better to be a single dog like me. I don't have the burden of a family and have no worries. Luo Lai shook his head. What love? It's so boring. He flew away. Mu Yanyan grabbed the siblings and rushed into Zhou Xiaoyan's boudoir through the window like a rainbow. Zhou Xiaoduo looked over. There it is. Put it down quickly. Zhou Xiaoyan hurriedly placed the piggy bank in the hidden compartment that had been prepared earlier under the bed and fixed it firmly. Although it was only a moment, the three of them were so nervous that they were sweating. As the saying goes, one should not fail at the last step. If there was a mistake at this last step, they really did not know how to cry. All right. Zhou Xiaoduo wiped his sweat and sat down on the ground as if he had collapsed. He murmured, how would I know that you guys are so capable? I originally planned to finish all this work in 3 nights. But in the end, it was done in 1 night. Way beyond the budget, way beyond the budget. Mu Yanyan snorted and said, this is a matter of life and death. How can it be delayed? Naturally, it has to be done as quickly as possible. Zhou Xiaoyan also sat down. This night, she was the weakest among the 6 people who worked hard. She was also worried about where every coin fell, so she was really tired. Mu Yanyan frowned and paced around the room. She was still a little worried. Xiao Duo, will your arrangement really work? Zhou Xiaoduo closed his eyes and pondered. He deduced from the first step all the way to the last step. After a long while, he opened his eyes and said faintly, there's no mistake at all. As long as the aura examination technique is real, then my setup will definitely work. Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes. Of course the aura examination technique is real. Hearing Zhou Xiaoduo's words, Mu Yanyan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt even more tired. She simply sat down on Zhou Xiaoyan's bed and said, last night, Qin Fangyang used the method you taught him. How was it? Teacher Qin has made a huge fortune this time. But he's not willing to give me a single cent. Zhou Xiaoduo looked heartbroken. He wanted to donate it all. Alas, he's really a spendthrift. No wonder he wanted to take back the 2 low-grade jade of astral souls that day. He's really a miser. Mu Yanyan was silent for a moment and said, Teacher Qin is really selfless. Xiao Duo, it's your blessing to have such a teacher. You must cherish it and study hard. Well, I know. I'm just saying. You guys have a rest. I'll go back now. Mu Yanyan stood up and said softly, Lingnian, don't go out today. Have a good rest at home and recover your vitality as soon as possible. Okay. Zhou Xiaoyan agreed softly. The curtains moved slightly, and Mu Yanyan disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the sun had come out, shining on the universe and all living beings. Dog, why don't you go back to rest? Are you going to school today? Zhou Xiaoyan leaned on the bed lazily. Her beautiful curves were fully exposed. Zhou Xiaoduo swallowed his saliva and stared straight ahead. I want to study, study. Study hard. He was staring at her and did not even know what he was talking about. Dog. Zhou Xiaoyan pouted. What are you looking at? Although she pouted, her posture did not change at all. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was frightened by her roar. He thought that Zhou Xiaoyan was really angry. He jumped up and said in a panic, then I'd better go back and rest. I have to go to school later. With a whoosh, he ran away with his tail between his legs. How dare you? I didn't chase you away. Do you have to be so scared? Cui Xiaoyan pouted. Her delicate body lay on the bed weakly. I'm so tired. She finally fell asleep. Cui Xiaoduo returned to his room in a flash, but he did not rest. The first thing he did was to find a map of Phoenix City. He studied the map carefully, took out a pen, and drew a circle around the Meng's headquarters and the artificial lake of the Meng's group. After pondering for a moment, he drew a circle on the Ning family's ancestral grave and another circle on the Ning family's artificial lake. Then, he connected the 4 circles together, forming a rhombus-shaped quadrilateral. After a pause, Cui Xiaoduo drew a circle on the spiritual pearl lake and the heavenly pearl lake respectively. He then drew 2 straight lines from the 2 lakes. There were 2 perfectly straight lines between the 2 lakes. The source of the 2 lakes was the heavenly pearl lake, which ran all the way to the top of the Meng clan's headquarters, and then ran all the way to the Ning clan's ancestral tombs in the other corner. The other source of the spirit pearl lake ran all the way to the artificial lake for drinking water of the Meng clan, and then the artificial lake for drinking water of the Ning clan. As the 2 lines continued to extend, they finally met. Cui Xiaoduo had drawn a circle on the intersection, which was Feng Wu's residential area. Another straight line, along the Wenshui River, connected the heavenly jewel lake and the spiritual jewel lake, as if everything was sealed within. The enclosed space formed by these 3 lines coincidentally formed an equilateral triangle. The 2 corners of the triangle were the heavenly pearl lake and the spiritual pearl lake. The intersection of the 3rd corner was Feng Wu's residential area, where Cui Xiaoduo and Cui Xiaoyan lived. After the intersection, the 3 lines extended endlessly. There seemed to be no end to them. After repeated checking, there was no mistake. Cui Xiaoduo was finally relieved. Looking at the time, it was already past 5. He decided not to rest. He would eat and go to school, but that night, Jiang Zhangbin was not idle either. He appeared in front of the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Fenghai City. However, Jiang Zhangbin was no longer as arrogant and high-spirited as he used to be. He could only sit on the ground dejectedly. He went in to report to the director, explained the situation in Phoenix City, and asked for backup. He even directly asked for the Dragon Blood team, but the director did not agree. Jiang Zhangbin begged and insisted. The director lost his patience and told him to get lost. Jiang Zhangbin did not leave. He grabbed the director's clothes and asked, "Why not? Give me a reason first." The director was furious. The entire Central Plains needs the Dragon Blood team. You want to give them to us? Then the Dragon Blood team will be exhausted. But I have something important to do. It concerns the safety of the astral souls. Jiang Zhangbin would not let him off. What can happen to you? It's just Phoenix City, a tiny place with a population of less than 3 million. What kind of big thing could happen? The director was also angry. If the Umno Alliance wants to cause trouble, they can go anywhere. Why do they have to go to your small place? Soul transformation cultivators are everywhere, and their core essence is inferior to dogs. Why don't you say it's as important as the Sun-Moon Pass and the capital? Based on what you've said, even if it was in the capital, it would cause a storm. Why would they gather in Phoenix City? The director's face was full of distrust. Jiang Zhangbin, I can see that you are anxious. I also promised to send you 2 people, but why do you have to ask for the Dragon Blood team? I have something important to do. Even if the Dragon Blood team goes, they may not be able to solve it. Jiang Zhangbin was anxious. Because he realized that the director was leaving. If you don't send me people, if you don't send me the Dragon Blood team, then you can dismiss me today. Anyway, I can't bear the responsibility if there is any. Jiang Zhangbin acted shamelessly. The director was so angry that his face turned green. You think I don't dare to dismiss you? Then please remove me from my position as soon as possible. Jiang Zhangbin did not give in. I've done my best. Fortunately, I'm not going to be an official today. Otherwise, I'll be blamed. I'm not a scapegoat. Who are you calling me a scapegoat? The director was furious. Scapegoat. Are you threatening me? So what if I'm threatening you? Jiang Zhangbin was not stingy. Anyway, I want the Dragon Blood team, and I want at least 4 people. You can either give me people or dismiss me. It's up to you. Shame on your mother. The director was so angry that he cursed. Is this the attitude you should have when talking to your superior? You've already done it once. Jiang Zhangbin jumped up, his face full of anger. You fucking ran away after having sex and left us in Phoenix City. You fucking forgot all about it. You didn't ask about us for more than 20 years. If it weren't for Teacher He's help, my mother and I would have starved to death. So what if it's a small place? Without this small place, there wouldn't be us. You fucking still have the face to say that you've shamed my mother. How many more times do you want to throw her away? Jiang Zhangbin shouted. The director was embarrassed. Can you fucking keep your voice down? Jiang Zhangbin was furious and raised his voice. I want to be loud. I'm not fucking afraid of being embarrassed. Why, are you scared? Are you afraid of being embarrassed? Aren't you very impressive? Why, are you afraid of being embarrassed now? Chapter 179. The director was so angry that his veins were popping. Let me tell you, the Dragon Blood team is not a child's toy. Don't pester me endlessly. It's not about the Dragon Blood team anymore, it's about you losing my mother. Jiang Zhangbin was fuming. Give me an explanation. What happened? How did you lose her? The director's bald head was red with anger, and steam was coming out of it. On Jiang Zhangbin's side, 80% of his bald head was also red and steaming. The two of them glared at each other like fighting cocks. Fuck you. The director exploded and slammed the table. Back then, I went straight to the Sun Moon Pass to participate in the war. I haven't returned to the mainland for 16 years. How many times have I explained this to you and your mother? Are you deaf? Are you stupid? Don't you know how to investigate? Do you think I didn't investigate? You did go to the Sun Moon Pass to fight, and that's indeed a powerful reason. But what about 16 years later? What did you do? He married the daughter of a great general over there and completely ignored his lover back then, didn't he? What other reasons do you have? Are you powerful enough? Are you persuasive? Jiang Zhangbin also flew into a rage. Are you still a human? Do you know how to write the word human? Smack. A slap landed on Jiang Zhangbin's face. Jiang Zhangbin was stunned and suddenly fell to the floor of the office, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. You hit me, don't you know I have epilepsy? Let me tell you, Jiang Dague, I'll blame you to death today. Someone come quickly, the director is so angry that he hit his illegitimate son in his office that he has epilepsy. The director was furious, but he didn't dare to let him scream. He directly covered his mouth. What are you shouting for? Don't shout. Why are you shouting about such a trivial matter? Even if you don't want your face, I still want it. Woo woo. Jiang Zhangbin struggled and suddenly opened his mouth to bite. His teeth were sharp. Fuck you. The director quickly let go. Jiang Zhangbin squatted on the ground and panted. Tell me, are you going to send him to me? The director scratched his head and looked like he had a headache. You fucking used this trick at the most critical moment. I've already explained the matter about your mother many times. You've also used this to get a lot of things from me. But you can't use this as an excuse every time. Do you understand? It's not like you don't understand. It's like this every time. After all, I'm the director. Binner. Bullshit, General Director. You're just a beast in human clothing and a scum of the society. I'm a branch director. Jiang Zhangbin mumbled, am I shameless? The problem now is that every time I don't mention this, you won't do anything. What can I do? This isn't a one-trick pony. It's the only trick that works on you. Why wouldn't I use it? The head of the bureau looked like he was about to vomit blood. This was truly 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Back then, because he was about to leave, he went to the front lines. He didn't know if he would be able to return. He met a young girl by chance, and then he said that going to the front lines was very depressing. After that, he drank some wine. After that, he did it in a muddle-headed manner. After 16 years, he had really forgotten about this matter. He changed his job and found a wife. Who would have thought that his marksmanship back then was so good that this thing suddenly appeared out of nowhere? There was no need for a paternity test. One look at the characteristic of the young man's balding head and he knew that he was his son. He couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. Besides, the old principal treated me so well. After so many years, you guys didn't even care about the things that I reported so many times. I'm embarrassed to say that you're my father in front of her. Although it's a cheap father. What do you mean by cheap father? The head of the bureau was very angry. I'm a biological father. Isn't a cheap father. Is there something expensive? Cheap or expensive? Do you think I'm buying leaks? And that Phoenix City's Phoenix vein. The king of the Central Plains has already sent people over, and he said no. Do you think I'm a high-ranking official? Do you think I dare to go against the king of the Central Plains' decision? Do you think your old principal is a god? Whatever she says goes. I can't do it. I don't have that kind of trust. Can't you think for me? Other than making a scene, what else do you know? The head of the bureau was very melancholy. Your mother only knows how to cry, and you only know how to make a scene. Let me tell you, Jiang Zhangbin, my pants were too loose back then. Bullshit. Jiang Zhangbin exploded. Wasn't my mother a virgin back then? Didn't she go to the front lines because of you? You're crying in front of her because you haven't touched a woman yet. Back then, you were crying in front of a woman and said that you were still a virgin even though you were dozens of years old. Why don't you talk about how promising you are? My mother had me back then. You left and didn't come back. Who knows where you were buried? Haven't you thought about how difficult it was for a young lady like her to raise a child? Didn't she bear to kill him because he might be the only descendant of a hero on the front lines? Do you think it's so difficult to hit a child in this society? If my mother had been more ruthless and hit me, nothing would have happened. She would have been living a stable life long ago. She didn't want to marry you and raise your child for the rest of her life. She waited for you to come back. You're fucking rich and full of glory, but you've forgotten about her. It wasn't easy for you to see me. If you have a conscience, you should acknowledge me. Did my mother pester you? If she made a fuss, you'd be committing bigamy. She's been staying in Phoenix City all this time. How dare you say that about her? Tell me, are you even human? What did you say about your pants being loose? How do you have the guts to say that? Jiang Zhangbin shouted, Jiang Dague, are you still human? Tell me, are you still a human? The head of the bureau was in a mess. He used a tissue to wipe his face, but it wasn't sweat. It was all Jiang Zhangbin's saliva. Luckily, he changed his name after he made a contribution. Now, the entire bureau knew that he was called Jiang Wenzhou and not Jiang Dague. Otherwise, he would have been thrown out of the international scene. Can you keep your voice down? Humph. Bureau Chief Jiang Wonzhou was also very annoyed. This time, when he saw that this kid was willing to come to see him, the fatherly love that he owed him for many years suddenly surged up. He planned to satisfy him this time. In the end, that he might as well not see him. He wanted the Dragon Blood team the moment he came. Did he think the Dragon Blood team was cabbage? And the biggest problem now was that he really couldn't spare any manpower. Do you have to ask for the Dragon Blood team? Director Jiang pinched his nose. Yes. Then wait here. I'll see if there's anyone left in the Dragon Blood team. Jiang Wonzhou sighed and went out. Jiang Zhangbin waited in the office. Suddenly, a few people came in and asked him to wait in the hall. Jiang Zhangbin thought about it. There were too many secrets in the director's office. It was normal, so he went to the hall. Then, the director didn't appear. Then, Star Shield got off work. Off work. Jiang Zhangbin was naturally kicked out of the door. When he called again, he realized that he couldn't get through. Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Jiang Zhangbin, who came to his senses, squatted at the door of Star Shield dejectedly. Fuck, I was actually made by such a thing. What director? Bah. He ran away and hid like a rabbit when he encountered trouble. He was irresponsible at all. Just look at what happened today. Isn't it similar to the time when you abandoned my mother? Back then, he could abandon his wife. Of course, he could betray his son now. Fucking Jiang Dagui. Seeing that night was coming, Jiang Zhangbin felt hungry, anxious, and angry. Finally, he made up his mind. Fuck, isn't it just embarrassing? If you're not afraid, why should I be afraid? All of a sudden, Jiang Zhangbin raised his head and let out a long howl. As the director of Star Shield, his cultivation was naturally not weak. At this moment, he suddenly roared into the sky in the busy city. It was deafening and could be heard by tens of thousands of people. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. This bald fatty had such a loud voice. What was he trying to do? Seeing that the response was good, Jiang Zhangbin decided to go all out. He jumped and came to the side of the loudspeaker for square dancing. He picked it up and flew directly to the flagpole of Star Shield. Standing on the flagpole with one leg, he looked mighty and majestic. He shouted, "Everyone, look carefully. Today, I'll perform a striptease for everyone. I'll be dancing on this flagpole. Can you see it clearly?" Hearing such an explosive announcement, the crowd below immediately exploded. What did this person say? He was going to do a striptease in the center of the busy city. Fuck, did it have to be so exciting? Yes, we can see it clearly. Tens of thousands of people shouted, "Hurry up and dance. Although you're a man and a fatty, I still want to see it. It's a waste not to see it. How far do you want to strip, fatty?" Jiang Zhangbin roared into the sky. "Strip until you're completely naked. After that, you'll have to dance for 3 more hours. Don't miss it. Everyone, give me a round of applause. Come, give me a few monthly votes. Give me a few whistles." Suddenly, there were howls and whistles that could break through the sky. Oh. Come and see. I'm going to be shameless today. Roar. Before I dance, let me introduce myself. My surname is Jiang. Jiang Zhangbin shouted with the qi in his dantian. Standing on the flagpole, he proudly introduced himself. Do you know that I'm an illegitimate child? But do you know who my father is? The crowd below was extremely cooperative. Who's your father, fatty? My father is. Whoosh. In the night sky, two silhouettes swept over like lightning. Their movements were extremely fast, and they didn't give Jiang Zhongbin any time to speak. One of them hurriedly attacked and knocked Jiang Zhongbin unconscious. The other person shook his hand and revealed a large sack. He covered Jiang Zhongbin and carried him away. In an instant, they disappeared into the sky. As expected, the sound system on the flagpole fell down with a clang. Luckily, it did not hit anyone. The crowd was in an uproar. They were about to reach the climax. Why was he gone? What kind of situation was this? Kidnapping an innocent man in broad daylight. Wasn't this too arrogant? Fatty. Countless people shouted together. Come back and dance. Are you still not coming back? Chapter 180. In a secret office. Jiang Wenzhou's white and fat face had completely turned purple. Even in Sichuan opera, it was rare to see such a color. Jiang Zhongbin was still half covered in a gunny sack. Only his chest was exposed. The rest of his body was in the gunny sack. Tell me, what do you want to do? Director Jiang was completely helpless. Dance, of course. Dance to take off your clothes, the kind where you're completely naked. Dance your head. Director Jiang flew into a rage. What the hell do you want? I'm the director of the Phoenix City Shield branch. You don't have the right to detain me. It's time to get off work. I'm free to do whatever I want. You don't have any right to say anything. You can send someone to escort me back, but I promise that I'll be back within a day and continue my personal freedom. As long as you don't send people, I will do a striptease. What about it? Isn't it just a face? I am an illegitimate son, what face do I have? Director Jiang's bald head was fuming. He was really fuming. You have guts. How can I compare to you? Jiang Wenzhou was like a trapped beast. After a while, he picked up the phone and made a call. How many people are left in the Dragon Blood team? Just 2 stationed at the headquarters. Send someone over to Phoenix City for me. I have something to do. Director, there are only 2 left. If you send them all out, the headquarters will become an empty city. Send them to empty city too. Director Jiang was furious. If you don't send them, I will send myself out. Okay. Be quick, the faster the better. Yes. Putting down the phone, Director Jiang was dejected. I must have owed you in my past life. Do you still need to use your past life? Jiang Zhongbin straightened his neck. You have owed me too much in this life. I am afraid you will not be able to pay me back in this life. Jiang Wenzhou's whole body was sprawled on the seat. He was speechless. Sigh, in the end, he was not by his side since he was young. He did not teach this child well. Look, 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 look. Now, what has the old principal taught him? This is a hooligan, a scoundrel. These 2 people are both at the initial stage of the cloud transformation realm. They'll be enough for you to deal with. Jiang Wenzhou said weakly, stop it when you go back. Don't come to me for no reason. I'll find time to visit your mother. He. If you dare to laugh again, do you believe that I won't send these 2 people? You're awesome. Your power is overwhelming. Jiang Zhongbin said no more. A wise man submits to circumstances. Chief Jiang admitted that he was a good man. Not long after, someone arrived. One was tall and the other was short. Both were skinny. Director. Yes, that's him, Phoenix City's Shield Director Jiang Zhongbin. The 2 of them turned their heads with strange expressions on their faces. Above the 7 emotions. We are all well-informed people, but this is the first time in our lives that we have seen the director of Star Shield in a sack. This is Han Song, and this is Yang Yu. Both of them are your seniors. You must respect them and treat them well. Do you understand? I know. Greetings, seniors. I'll have to trouble the two of you in the future. Greetings, Director Jiang. Something special has happened in Phoenix City. I need the two of you to help Director Jiang Zhangbin deal with it. When you get there, listen to Director Jiang's arrangements. You can do whatever you want. Yes. Jiang Wenzhou sighed and said, "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want me to keep you for dinner?" "No, I can't afford your food." Jiang Zhangbin exerted his strength and got out of the sack. He even raised his hand to tidy up the remaining 90% of his hair. He looked at Jiang Wenzhou with a sense of superiority, shook his head, and snorted provocatively. "Get lost." "I'll get lost." "Seniors, let's go. There's something big waiting for us over there." Just as he walked out of the office, a cup flew out and the director's angry roar came from inside. "Get lost and do your big thing. Don't ever come here again." "Bah, who cares about you?" Jiang Zhangbin pursed his lips and flew into the sky with the two masters. In mid-air, he thought of something and said loudly, "Remember to pay attention to the internet. Someone must have filmed what happened tonight. Even if you don't want your face, I still want mine. Get lost." The director's furious voice. Han Song and Yang Yu had a strange look in their eyes. This Director Jiang of Star Phoenix City Shield was something. He actually dared to yell at the director like that. Show. Jiang Zhangbin flew away. He was in a good mood along the way. He had borrowed people. This time, he had two more Cloud Transformation Realm Masters to help him. This matter could definitely be done. Early morning. Sister Lan walked into He Yuanyue's office as usual. "You're here." He Yuanyue looked up tiredly. "What did you do last night?" "Last night, Teacher Qin Fangyang asked me to help him. So I went." Sister Lan did not intend to hide it. "Help?" He Yuanyue was instantly interested. "What help?" "That's the gist of it." Sister Lan briefly told her what had happened. However, after a few sentences, He Yuanyue suddenly frowned. Wait, what you said just now? Tell me in detail." Sister Lan did not dare to delay and told her everything she knew in detail. However, Sister Lan did not know much about the whole matter. She only knew that after leaving the city, they started to reverse the flow of the Wenshui River. She did not know anything about what happened before that. He Yuanyue frowned and pondered. This is not right. Zhou Xiaoduo used 3 high-level nascent soul experts, one at the peak of the Origin Core Realm, and one at the Quasi-Earth Origin Core Realm. A lineup of 5 experts, just to reverse the flow of the Wenshui River. This doesn't make sense at all. Reversing the flow of the water at this time is really meaningless and useful. The art of providence needs a subtle process, and what we lack the most now is time. This action is too big, but the effect is next to nothing. He Yuanyue spread out the map of Phoenix City and drew a few lines with her pointer. She muttered, "No, this is not right. It does not make sense. It is only reversing the flow of the water of life, but it does not have much effect on the mutual promotion and suppression of the 5 elements. What we should pay more attention to now should be the general trend of the stars. It is only changing the effect of generation and suppression. The two have nothing to do with each other." He Yuanyue frowned and looked at Sister Lan. "Sister Lan, did you participate in the whole operation?" Sister Lan was stunned for a moment and said, "No." "Oh. I went directly outside the city to wait for the rendezvous. It seems." After we gathered, Mu Yanyan and Sui Xiaoyan went to do something first. They went to Lingzhu Lake and Tianzhu Lake respectively to put something. He Yuanyue frowned. Put something. Yes. What is it? I don't know. He Yuanyue pondered. It is still not right. The reversal of the Wenshui River between the two lakes is limited. He Yuanyue looked at the map. This Wenshui River. No. The two artificial lakes in the city center are connected to the Wenshui River, right? This is the lake of the Meng family and the Ning family, right? It seems so. If that is the case, it is somewhat interesting. Is Xiao Duo's plan to turn back the providence that was taken away? He Yuanyue frowned and thought hard. If this is the operation, it makes sense. It seems that Sui Xiao Duo really studied the providence technique. This action began from the perspective of the Wenshui River to set up the reversal of the yin-yang situation. Although it is too big and the result is not good, this idea is still good. He Yuanyue was very pleased. But I still have to ask about the specific situation, so as not to make a fool of myself. The two families have been in the Phoenix City for a long time. Once there is a mistake, we will be completely exposed and the enemy will be in the light and we will be in the dark. He Yuanyue picked up the phone and called Mu Yanyan. How did you arrange the feng shui situation last night? Mu Yanyan was also confused about the so-called arrangement. She knew nothing about it, just like Sister Lan. When she heard He Yuanyue's question, she simply said, I will go to the second middle school to find you now. This matter can't be explained clearly on the phone. In fact, I wanted to find you. Although Xiao Duo said that this method can reverse Xiaoyan's providence, I am still worried. Okay. In less than 2 minutes. Mu Yanyan came to He Yuanyue's office. He Yuanyue was very happy and asked Mu Yanyan, how is it? Xiao Duo said that it is enough to reverse the yin-yang situation. Mu Yanyan said, Xiao Duo said so, but I don't know the specific effect. Then, Mu Yanyan told her the whole story, from the beginning of the arrangement of the coin on the top of the Meng's group, and then that she explained all the arrangements in detail. She was almost involved in the whole process. Although she did not know the reason, she could explain the process. The more Mu Yanyan talked, the more severe the change in He Yuanyue's face. In the end, her face was pale and cold sweat slowly oozed out of her head. When Mu Yanyan finished, she drew a few points on the map of the Phoenix City. She looked at it and confirmed it again and again. Finally, she could not help but sigh. So poisonous. Poisonous. Mu Yanyan and Sister Lan were puzzled. They looked at He Yuanyue and waited for her to explain. He Yuanyue sighed softly and said helplessly, but it is also the cycle of karma. Since these two families have done such things, they should bear the consequences and bear the karma. Mu Yanyan asked very carefully, this arrangement, is it not appropriate? It is not inappropriate. The arrangement is very, very good. Even if I arranged it myself, it would be just like this at most. Even. It is not as good as this. He Yuanyue held her head tiredly. You can go out. Let me be alone. Mu Yanyan and Sister Lan left as they were told. The two of them looked at each other, confused. In the room, He Yuanyue looked at the map and drew a few intersecting lines several times. Finally, she sighed softly. There were too many things that she did not dare to say. Although she could not bear it, the arrangement set by Sui Xiao Duo was in line with all the interests of her side. In any case, He Yuanyue could not ruin it. She could only choose to rot in her stomach. Chapter 181. If I had known about this plan in advance, would have advised them to reconsider. But since it has already been formed, then no one should know about it. Let this plan continue to exist. Everyone has their own selfish motives. Now, for such a huge plan. It is too unsafe. I don't trust anyone. He Yuanyue smiled bitterly. This scheme was really too big. Even though the consequences for the Meng family and the Ning family were extremely cruel, but for Phoenix City, there were endless benefits. What a meticulous plan. What a vicious heart. What a long-term plan. These 3 sentences kept echoing in He Yuanyue's heart. With the phoenix blood and resentment as the guide, the star origin coin is the official currency of the Yanwu Empire. It can even be said that the star origin coin is the foundation of the Yanwu Empire. With the phoenix blood as the foundation of the country, and with the help of a special formation, it is equivalent to gathering the power of the entire Yanwu Empire to suppress the Meng conglomerate and the Ning family clan's providence. With the phoenix blood as the foundation, it goes deep into the center of the drinking water of the source of life. It is also using the power of the empire to suppress the source of life. After the plan is formed, no matter what method the Meng and Ning families use, no matter where they are, as long as they are still in the astral soul's continent, no new life will be born. This is the second plan. The above 2 points can already be said to be extremely vicious. But it is just the beginning. With the phoenix blood as the foundation, it will push back the flow of the river. Between the 6 coins, there is actually another layer of array. It will draw back the power of the phoenix vein that was intercepted and stolen by the Meng and Ning families. It will also wantonly absorb the accumulation of the 2 families' fortunes. From now on, Zhuo Nian will be the one to take all the providence that comes with the trillion-dollar assets of the Meng consortium. The Ning family's thousands of years of fortune and ancestral legacy will not be enjoyed by the people of the Ning family anymore. It will be taken away bit by bit and turned into the power of the phoenix. Using the rivers, mountains, and rivers, as well as the ancestral bloodline of a clan with 10,000 years of history, and the fortune of a wealthy conglomerate as the layout, it seems to be the 7 stars yin-yang fortune-seizing layout on the surface, but it's not in the bones. It's because it's mixed with the fate of the nation. The 7 stars correspond to the celestial bodies. The worst thing is the piggy bank in Zhuo hand. It's the accumulation of the person who inherited the fire dragon's vein. It's tainted with the fate of the nation and the blood of the phoenix. There should be more than 1 or 2 coins in the bank. As long as there are more than 3 of them, it will be 1 that gives birth to 2, 2 that gives birth to 3, and 3 that gives birth to all things. This is the heavenly layout. Heaven and earth yin-yang fate-stealing killing formation. As long as this trap exists, Zhuo will benefit from it. 70% of the luck in this trap is given to Zhuo, and 30% is scattered in Phoenix City. In this way, even if the Phoenix Pulse spirit fails and Zhuo dies, the Ning and Meng families won't benefit from it. Their luck will slowly dry up, and it's a foregone conclusion that all of them will perish. And the luck will only continue to feed back to Phoenix City. Even without Zhuo, it would still be the same. On the other hand, if Zhuo failed to break through the soul with the Phoenix vein, then Phoenix City, under the influence of this situation, would welcome a new soul with the Phoenix vein in less than 200 years. He Yuanyue couldn't help but smile bitterly. Last night, I accidentally found out that Zhuo Duo had begun to break through to the innate stage. Qin Fangyang's voice was heavy. I stopped his breakthrough. Do you know why I stopped him? Everyone in the class looked at Zhuo Duo, who was sitting high up in the main seat, and shook their heads in confusion. Many people had looks of envy in their eyes. This guy had only broken through to the martial arts master a few days ago, and he was already ascending to the innate stage. Especially Long Yuxing, Li Chenglong, and the others, they were all scratching their heads. Are we going to be completely left behind by Zwa? This is not good. We have to work harder, work harder. Long Yuxing and the others had already reached the pinnacle of the martial arts master, but they did not feel like breaking through. If I hadn't stopped him last night, Zwa Xiaoduo would have most likely succeeded in breaking through. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. His expression turned serious. Do you know that in the martial arts realm, there is often a saying of fighting beyond one's level? For example, an embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioner can defeat an origin elixir realm grandmaster. He can even defeat an intermediate origin elixir realm grandmaster. Why is that? Some origin elixir realm grandmasters can even defeat a soul transformation realm expert. Why is that? Some soul transformation realm experts can even defeat Huayun. Why is that? Could it be that the division of ancient martial art practitioners is always so messy? Practicing to a high level but being defeated by someone of a low level. Then what is the use of the level? What is the use of the so-called realm? Qin Fangyang said, are you all thinking this? All the youths' faces were filled with confusion. Yes, why was it like this? If such things were very common and normal, then why was there a need to set up levels? Even if they were of the same level, the pinnacle of the origin elixir realm would not be able to withstand a single blow from another pinnacle of the origin elixir realm. Why is that? Qin Fangyang asked again. Long Yuxing raised his hand and asked, could it be because of the martial art techniques that we practice? Some martial art techniques are mysterious and have the ability to fight beyond one's level. Qin Fangyang nodded, this is indeed one of the factors. However, most of these martial art techniques exist in ancient martial art families and hidden sections. They would not end up in a martial arts school like ours. And any martial art technique, once it enters a martial arts school, will be lost in the crowd in a short period of time. Why is that? It is not that the martial art technique is not good, but that everyone is practicing it. This martial art technique will naturally lose its advantage. Therefore, martial art techniques can only be regarded as a very small aspect and also a very special aspect to the general public. Qin Fangyang smiled. What's more, many families have special martial arts techniques that can only be practiced when one reaches the innate realm or above. This is the origin of the saying that those who do not enter the innate realm are all ants. So, it is not caused by the lack of combat experience. Li Chenglong asked nervously. There are not many things that combat experience can affect. Moreover, in terms of combat experience, it could be made up for through continuous battles. As long as one has courage and is not afraid of losing or dying, one can continue to accumulate combat experience. Qin Fangyang no longer kept them in suspense and said, the reason why I used the class today to explain to you is also the reason why I stopped Zwa Xiaoduo from breaking through last night. The students in the class were in high spirits and each of them pricked up their ears. Breaking through to the innate realm is of course a good thing. Chapter 182. Qin Fangyang tied the balloon in front of him, then picked up another balloon and blew it until it was the size of a human head. He stopped. However, when your Dantian's capacity is only the size of a fist, when you can break through, you resist the urge to break through and save up your strength. Then, when you break through, your starting conditions in the innate stage will be many times better than others. There's no limit to the Dantian. As long as you can do it. Qin Fangyang picked up the fist-sized balloon again and blew it until it was the size of a watermelon. At this point, won't I have more strength? At this time, when I break through to the innate stage and open up my meridians, compared to those who break through to the innate stage at the same time, won't I be much stronger? At this time, when you fight those martial artists who break through to the innate stage at the same time, won't you be able to defeat them? This is the strength of the foundation. Qin Fangyang directly transformed the mysterious Spirit Qi Foundation into something concrete and explained it. Everyone in the class was suddenly enlightened. Even if they already knew this before, they didn't see it as clearly as they did now. Therefore, when breaking through to the innate stage is inevitable and you have full confidence, then, you have to try your best to inflate your dantian and maximize it as much as possible. You have to accumulate more strength and more foundation. The more the better, the thicker the better. Qin Fangyang concluded, although doing so may take more time, in terms of the lifespan of a martial artist, the only way forward in the future is to consolidate one's foundation. Only then will one be able to go further and have the confidence to climb to a higher level. Why are some martial artists unable to advance after they reach the elixir stage, nascent soul stage, and cloud transformation stage? That's because, at the beginning, they don't accumulate enough foundation. When it's completely used up, they naturally have no strength to move forward. They can only stay at that level and slowly kill time. After years of struggling to break through, they die helplessly. So a Xiaoduo raised his hand and asked, then how can you be sure that you've reached the limit of inflating your dantian? This is a good question. Qin Fangyang said, actually, there's no fixed standard. It all depends on how hard you work. From the beginning, you have to work hard to control it and persevere until you can no longer control it. Then, you can let your Xinqi break through on its own. Every time the Xinqi is about to break through, you have to try to control it. Don't let it succeed. If you can control it, it means that you haven't reached your limit yet. And when you can't control it, that's when you have to make a breakthrough. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, that's how it is. Everyone fell into deep thought. Qin Fangyang's heart stirred. He realized that his words were a bit extreme, so he hurriedly added a few more words. However, the method I'm talking about is only limited to your current age group. The maximum time limit is before the age of 20. If you're close to 20 years old, for example, when you're 19 and a half years old, you don't have to think about how to maximize your dantian. You have to get past this hurdle first. Leaping through the Dragon's Gate and entering the innate realm before the age of 20. It is a necessary point to have a way forward. Qin Fangyang said, everyone's situation is different, so it's best to be aware of your own situation. How many 19-year-olds are there in our class? The 5 of them stood up in shame. The 5 of you, don't be restricted by what I said before. No matter when you feel that you can break through, you have to break through as soon as possible. Don't worry about anything else. The corners of Qin Fangyang's mouth twitched unnoticeably. He had almost made a mistake. What he had said before was mostly aimed at geniuses. This method was not only useless to people with average aptitude, but it was also harmful. Fortunately, he thought of it in time and made up for it. If the students were to delay their breakthrough because of his theory of maximizing their dantian, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Yes. The 5 of them were a little dejected. One of them muttered, Teacher Qin, if we break through now, would we be those negative examples that you mentioned just now? The ones that will be defeated by people who are of a higher level. Pfft. Someone couldn't help but chuckle. Yes and no. Those who are able to challenge those of a higher level are basically the cream of the crop with outstanding talent, or those who have other opportunities. In this world, the vast majority of martial artists follow the prescribed order, one step at a time. Of course, if you advance to Xiantian in the most ordinary way, your path will definitely be narrower than those talented people. However, after breaking through to Xiantian, you still have a chance to catch up with others. That is the thorny road before breaking through to the embryonic breathing realm. At that time, as long as you can endure the pain that others can't and achieve more than 6 pressures, you can still make up for your lack of foundation. Qin Fangyang said, it's just that the pain that you have to endure at that time is not something that anyone can endure. Yes, or I should say that every ancient martial art practitioner has to go through an extreme pain to hone himself. That time, it's a test of endurance, and innate ability. Everyone was deep in thought. The Xiantian stage is the most crucial stage in the process of a martial art practitioner's cultivation. Although the Xiantian stage is only the beginning, it is related to how far you can go in this life. I hope that all of you will remember this. He had already thought of the matter as sinister as possible, but he didn't expect that he had overlooked one point. He hadn't thought of it ruthlessly enough. His premonition was actually true. Yes. The Spirit Pearl Lake, the Heavenly Pearl Lake, and Shuxiaonian herself. These three intersecting points are the three souls' parallel array. On the surface, it's the heaven, earth, and man tripartite array, but underneath, it's the three souls array. The Heavenly Pearl Lake, the Spirit Pearl Lake, the Meng Corporation, the Ning family's ancestral grave, these two man-made lakes, and the Shuxiaonian side, reflect the seven spirits' reverse radiance. Above, it's the Qian Tian. Below, it's the topography, it's the earth and earth. The heavens and earth combine, and all the stars in the sky are under its control. Reversing the original topography, it's the yin-yang reversal. He Yuanhua let out a long sigh. Xiao Duo, your method is a little too sinister. It's against the harmony of the heavens. Xiao Duo was silent for a moment. He put away his carefree attitude and said coldly, the people I've dealt with have only been the ancestors of the Ning and Meng families in their past lives and present lives. It didn't involve any other families or surnames. Old principle, think about it. If these two families succeed in the end, who will be the victims? The closest ones will be the millions of people in Phoenix City, and the farthest ones will be the billions of people in the astral souls. What punishment can't be meted out? Based on this reason alone, I don't think I did anything wrong. On the contrary, I hate that I don't have enough power. If I had enough power, why would I have to go through so much trouble? I'd just kill my way to their door, overturn the Meng family, crush the Ning family, dig up their ancestral graves, and burn their bones to ashes. Do you think it's better to update separately? Or to update in the afternoon or at night? Chapter 183. Xiao Duo added another sentence in his heart, I only did this for Nian Cat. The well-being of the mainland, the people, and the people of Phoenix City are secondary. Just because these two families wanted to deal with my Nian Cat, I will make sure that they will never be reincarnated. Perhaps others would repay evil with good, but it will never be me, Xiao Duo. I only hate that my revenge is not ruthless enough. I only hate that my methods are not ruthless enough. I only hate that the consequences are not tragic enough. But you set up this trap. Heaven and earth are turned upside down, and yin and yang are rebelling. If there is a past and present life, and reincarnation, the people of the two families who have entered the cycle of reincarnation will also have their fate and life extracted. Xiao Duo. He Yuanhua's eyes were full of pity. Your plan is to extract the fate of these two families. Is there a fixed number? Xiao Duo said quietly, I used the coins in the piggy bank as a guide. The number of coins is the number of lifetimes. He Yuanhua smiled bitterly, you are a promising person. There should be at least 17 or 18 lifetimes, right? Not only that. Xiao Duo coughed and said, Principal, you know that I am. Cough, more or less stingy. That is the piggy bank that I have been using since I was 5 or 6 years old. All the coins that my parents gave me in those 2 years, I did not spend a single cent. It is all in there. There should be at least 300 to 500 coins. Cough. He Yuanhua suddenly coughed. 3 to 500 coins. That corresponded to 3 to 500 lifetimes. The phoenix blood and dragon's soul were activated, the power of heaven and earth was suppressed, and the 1,000-year fate of the country was suppressed. In addition, the stars in the sky were strangling, the yin and yang were reversed, and the 3 souls and 7 spirits were locked. The structure of this formation was already incredible, but the degree of danger was even more terrifying and shocking. This was more or less stingy. You did not spend a single cent. Did you know this when you were 5 or 6 years old? That was impossible. It could only be said that this was fate. What smoke rose from the ancestral graves of the Ning and Meng families to provoke such a person? He Yuanyue could only be speechless. We'll need to hold on to such an interconnected setup for a period of time. If someone with ulterior motives sees through it and destroys it, our plans will inevitably fail. Don't worry, old headmaster. The plan has already been set. No external force can destroy it. Sua Xiaoduo said proudly, that's already a dead end. Destined to die. It can't be destroyed. He Yuanyue frowned. Yes, because I've already broken the momentum of heaven and earth of Phoenix Ridge and Carefree Slope. As for the heavenly Jewel Lake, it changed direction and flowed along the Zhanglan River. As for the spiritual Jewel Lake, it also used the Hanshui River to change direction. These rivers are the lifeblood that runs through the entire Central Plains. Unless someone could reverse the flow of the Coldwater River and the Zhanglan River, which were thousands of kilometers long, it would be difficult to break the situation. Even if the Ning and Meng families were turned into dust, it would still be the same. Old headmaster, you're an expert. You should know that the Coldwater River goes all the way south, connecting the heavenly snow mountains to the clear sea. The source of the Zhanglan River seems closer, but it converges with the Star Beast Forest and the Astral Souls Mountains. It goes all the way east and converges with the Tianyuan River, returning to the Eastern Sea. The only feasible way to change this situation is to turn the 2 seas on the other side into 10,000 tall mountains, and then turn the original 10,000 tall mountains into the seas. Only then can we steal the sky and change the sun, and eliminate the Death Rebellion. Sua Xiaoduo smiled innocently, then. It's almost the same as the sea turning into mulberry fields. I think that the Ning and Meng families don't have the power to do that. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and sighed. How could the Ning and Meng families not have the power to do that? No one had the power to do that. If that was the case, it would be better to turn the entire continent upside down. When you were setting up the plan, how much did you leave for the Phoenix City? He Yuanyue asked. You should know that the moon's profit will lead to a loss. Did you not consider this? Of course I did. That's why I set the origin point at the Phoenix Dance Home District. The Phoenix Dance Home District occupies a certain proportion of the Phoenix City, including the city's power, the ley lines, and the population's fate. Sua Xiaoduo said sincerely, how could I take it all? The original intention of setting up this plan was for the sake of my beloved hometown, the Phoenix City. He Yuanyue smiled bitterly. You might as well take it all if you distributed it in such a way. Although the Phoenix Dance Home District was a large residential district with a population of more than 80,000 people, it only occupied 1% of the inner city area of the Phoenix City. In other words, the Phoenix City's share of fate was at most 1% of the city's fate. Even if the city center was added, the city's power, and the tens of thousands of people's fate were added, at most, 1/10 of the city's fate could be distributed to the entire city. That was the most. You purposely set up this plan behind my back. There must be another reason, right? He Yuanyue asked curiously. But with my attainments in fate observation, I can't see it. Sua Xiaoduo hesitated and said, after the success of the Wind Pulse Spirit, Sister Nian Nian's future will be very smooth. It's only a matter of time before she becomes famous. But no matter how smooth her life is, it's inevitable that there will be envy and jealousy. And the biggest reason I set up this plan was for Sister Nian's sake. In the future, no matter where Sister Nian is, if anyone intends to use feng shui, terrain, or even secret curses to target her in the Phoenix City, they will suffer from the backlash of this array. Because this array already contains the 5 elements of yin and yang, the stars and the sky, and the heavens and earth's fate energy, there's basically no trick that can exceed this limit, right? He Yuanyue muttered, "You're so farsighted, so thoughtful." Also, over time, because of this array, Sister Nian's fate will gradually be linked to the fate of the nation. After all, the object that the array carries is equivalent to the Yanwu nation's currency. So as Xiaoduo said, when that time comes, in the entire Yanwu nation, whoever has bad intentions towards her will also suffer from the backlash of varying degrees. But that's a matter for a very long time. It's just a little wild hope. He Yuanyue smiled bitterly. There's a longer wild hope. Yes, I've spent so much effort. How can it stop here? Sui Xiaoduo replied very straightforwardly. He Yuanyue was already confused. She was just asking casually. Who would have thought that there was really more? In her opinion, it was already unimaginable, shocking, and terrifying that an array could be set up to this stage. How could there be more? A deeper level of wild hope. I used the Yanwu nation's astral soul's currency as a fixed object. In essence, that's placing the array on the empire's time of existence. This is actually a variable. Perhaps it will be taken over by other empires in the future. After all, the change of dynasties is inevitable in history. And once the Yanwu nation falls, Nian, who is connected to its fate, will definitely suffer from the backlash. But there's another mystery in this array. That is, it's connected to the yin and yang of the stars. It means that after a certain period of time, under the influence of the heaven and earth array, Sister Nian's individual fate will be connected to the fate of the entire continent of astral souls. That way, even if the Yanwu nation cough, it won't be a problem. Sui Xiaoduo said with a look of relief. He Yuanyue sighed. You've set up this array to this stage. It's practically invulnerable. Even if the sea turns into mulberry fields and the stars change, it might not be able to destroy it. But have you ever thought that setting up this heaven-seizing array with your own strength will harm you? I've thought about it, but it doesn't matter to me. After all, I'll be with Sister Nian often. With her exuberant fate, she'll be able to offset some of the backlash for me. As for the rest of the damage, let it be. At most, I'll do more good deeds in the future, save more people, and accumulate more merit. It won't be a problem. Sui Xiaoduo smiled calmly and confidently. He Yuanyue snorted. This brat really planned for her sister Nian to the extreme. However, this brat missed one point, and that was. He was the dragon bloodline bearer himself. Therefore, not only would this array not harm him, but it would also benefit him greatly. Whatever benefits Sui Xiaonian could gain, he would also gain. It was just that this brat didn't know that he was the dragon bloodline bearer, so he was still in the dark. That, however, this was a good thing. The heavenly Tao was most wary of creating one's own luck and harming others to benefit oneself. Once it happened, one would be punished by the heavens. It was only a matter of time before retribution came. Under the premise that Sui Xiaoduo didn't know that he was also a beneficiary, he set up this array and perfectly avoided this heavenly punishment. It was really fate and luck. What a great fortune. He Yuanyue couldn't help but sigh. This brat was so lucky. Your aura examination technique. Did you find Qin Fongyang to enlighten you? He Yuanyue didn't ask about the array anymore. What was done couldn't be changed. It was useless to ask. Yes. Very good. You've improved at a godly speed. It's unexpected. Yuanyue was very satisfied. It's very impressive that you can inherit this secret technique. Where did you discover this array from? Although Suishaoduo's aura examination knowledge came from Yuanyue only skimmed through most of it. She really didn't have the energy to learn all of it. If Suishaoduo stuffed 1,000 books into his head, Yuanyue could only study 50 of them at most. Of course, this was already very impressive. The foundation of my array came from a heavenly fate evil lord. Suishaoduo coughed and said, this lord once set up an array in a vain attempt to connect half of the continent's aura with himself. But he suffered a backlash in the end. Many of the strange stories of aura examination have more or less mentioned this incident. It's a typical example of a failed plan to set up an aura examination bureau to warn future generations. I was very curious about this, so I summarized it and modified it. Then, I got this array from it. Besides, the terrain of Phoenix City is really suitable. If I don't use it, I'll feel embarrassed. Chapter 184. Yuanyue smiled bitterly. You little brat, you really put in a lot of effort to gather all the relevant clues about this formation and finally reconstruct it. In the entire Central Plains, I'm afraid that no one has a more comprehensive collection of chi-observing skill than me. However, chi-observing skill is hard to learn and hard to master. It's even harder to put it into practice. In the future, when you encounter relevant knowledge, you still have to study it seriously, understand? Understood. Suishaoduo agreed very obediently. In terms of chi-observing skill, based on your attainment in setting up this formation on your own, I have nothing more to teach you. At most, we can discuss it together in the future. Yuanyue was very gratified, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Well, if I have any questions in the future, I'll come to ask Grandma He at any time. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. You mustn't be arrogant and complacent. You mustn't slack off on your cultivation and the advancement of your concealed weapons. If possible, you mustn't fall behind in other aspects. Yuanyue warned, it's best if you can always progress together. By the way, now that your talent has been revealed, whether it's the Dragon Gate or the Thorny Road, you must maximize your limit before facing them. Do you understand? Even if the time to break through is much slower than others, you must build a solid foundation. Don't worry about temporary gains and losses. Understood. If there's nothing else, you can go back and cultivate. Yuanyue said kindly, Shaoduo, you've taken over a lot of my burdens. Grandma He is very happy. Suishaoduo hesitated for a moment and said, there's one more thing, I don't know if I should say it. What is it? Yuanyue asked casually. It's about Master Qin Fongyang. Suishaoduo lowered his voice and began to complain, I found that Master Qin has been very strange recently. Strange? What's wrong? What's wrong? I found that Master Qin is teaching students now, and he often uses the skill of passing on fire. His spiritual force will appear to be in a state of burning when he teaches students. Suishaoduo looked at Yuanyue anxiously and said, but I can't persuade her. When Yuanyue heard the words Legend of the Torch, her body in the wheelchair suddenly straightened up, and her eyes became extremely sharp. However, after listening to it, her eyes became more and more uncertain. Her face revealed an indescribable sadness and heartache. I understand. Yuanyue waved her hand and closed her eyes. She leaned against the back of the wheelchair and motioned for Suishaoduo to leave. Suishaoduo left quietly. Yuanyue lay in the wheelchair and did not move for a long time. Only silent tears flowed down silently. Fong Yang. What are you trying to do? She wept silently, almost silently sobbing. Her heart ached to the extreme, but it was undeniable that the satisfaction and sweetness that arose spontaneously in her heart also overflowed in the same way. After a long time, she carefully wiped her eyes and face clean and pressed the button. Sister Lan came in. Let's have a meeting. He Yuanyue said softly, gather, Li Changjiang, Hu Ruoyun, Luo Lai, Kong Zifang, Meng Deki, and Qin Fangyang, and she called more than 20 names in a row. The principal, the vice principal, the teaching director, the grade minister, the logistics director, and several outstanding martial arts teachers brought Qin Fangyang in without leaving a trace. Okay, when? This afternoon. Set the time at 3:00 in the afternoon. He Yuanyue said. Okay. Sister Lan hesitated and said, Qin Fangyang wants to see you, you. Oh. He Yuanyue said, let him in. When Qin Fangyang entered He Yuanyue's office, he saw He Yuanyue holding a book and wearing a pair of reading glasses. She was calmly and peacefully reading a book. There was a calming incense burning on the table, and the air was filled with astral soul origin qi, as well as the scent of heart-cleansing grass. Obviously, He Yuanyue was nourishing her body. Qin Fangyang was slightly relieved and said respectfully, Old principal, I'm here. Well, Fangyang. He Yuanyue put down the book and put on her reading glasses. She looked at Qin Fangyang kindly, as if she was looking at her own junior. What's the matter? Well, there's indeed something. Last night, Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng came to me. They came to you. What's the matter? He Yuanyue was surprised and her expression changed slightly. Qin Fangyang said, it's probably because of Shen Yushu's incident. The Meng family and the Ning family took advantage of Shen Yushu's falling out with me, and my identity as a cultivator at the peak of nascent soul was exposed. So these two families must want to make friends with me. They actually joined forces to wipe out the Shen family and the other two families who participated in the bounty hunt for me. They sent me 98 heads with great fanfare. He Yuanyue's body trembled and she slowly raised her head. There was a look of disbelief in her eyes. 98 heads. Yes, including Shen Yushu's whole family, even his illegitimate children and so on. Then there were the families of the other two students who participated in the hunt. Not even a chicken or dog was spared. Really vicious and merciless, too cruel. He Yuanyue slowly closed her eyes and only felt a throbbing pain in her heart. Whose family's child died without anger in their heart? Why can't they be scolded? It's human nature to be emotional, it's understandable. After all, they were children who were raised with feces and urine. If Shen Yushu and the others went too far and were killed by your counterattack, then it's their own fault. But why did the Meng family and the Ning family annihilate their entire family? He Yuanyue said angrily, it's enough to kill the culprit, why did they have to annihilate their entire family? Qin Fangyang stood quietly and didn't speak. After a long time, He Yuanyue asked in a low voice, what else? These two families killed people, they didn't just want to do you a favor, right? What did they want to do? They didn't have the chance to say that I blamed them for giving me too little. Ahem, it's not that the heads were too little, but they gave me the bounty and so on. I said that I thought these things were too little. Qin Fangyang said. Well? What did you say? Old principal, don't misunderstand. When they were persuading me, I secretly contacted that child Xiao Duo. He let me use this opportunity to make things difficult for them and extort a large sum of money and resources from them. I have no use for these, so I want to ask you, old principal, in the name of Second High. How much exactly? A total of 10 billion star yuan. Astral Souls Flame Pills, 200 pills. 10,000-year-old Spirit Herbs, 10 stalks. High-grade Astral Souls Jade, 20,000 pieces. A cultivation technique that can allow one to cultivate to cloud transformation. What do you want to do? The Astral Souls Flame Pills and Spirit Herbs, as well as the high-grade Astral Souls Jade and the cultivation technique, will all be left in second high. The Astral Souls Flame Pills and some Spirit Herbs will be beneficial to your body, old principal. I hope you can accept them to heal your body. Qin Fangyang looked at He Yuanyue's face and said seriously. He Yuanyue was silent for a moment. Okay, I'll accept them. Qin Fangyang's spirits were roused as he said, in addition, of the 10 billion star origin coins, I would like to leave 2 billion for second high school. As for the rest, I would like to trouble principal to donate 2 billion to the soldiers of Sun Moon Pass in the name of second high school. Okay, no problem. There's still 6 billion left. 1 billion will be donated to the Military Research and Development Department. 2 billion will be donated to the Disabled Soldiers Resettlement Department. The last 3 billion will be donated to the Yenwu Weapons Research Institute. Okay, I agree. I'll get it done for you. He Yuanyue smiled happily. Teacher Qin, I can't thank you on behalf of everyone, but you don't have to say anything. Qin Fangyang smiled. I'm just using this money to buy peace of mind. Peace of mind. What a good peace of mind. He Yuanyue admired him and couldn't help but smile. Yes, peace of mind. Where the heart is at peace is my hometown. I'm satisfied to be able to have peace of mind. Qin Fangyang also smiled. Okay, where the heart is at peace is your hometown. Good, good. He Yuanyue clapped her hands and praised. Teacher Qin, you must remember this in the future. Don't forget your feelings. Qin Fangyang was stunned. I've learned something. Zhou Xiaoduo left the principal's office and went to the gravity room. Just as he was about to enter, the teacher in charge of the gravity room stopped him. Wait. What's the matter? Zhou Xiaoduo was confused. I've already used up my contribution points. Why do I have to wait? My time is very precious, okay? It's like this. Your homeroom teacher, Teacher Qin, has prepared some weight-bearing equipment for you. In the future, whether you're in the gravity room or anywhere else, including eating and sleeping, you have to wear these weight-bearing equipment. Get used to it early. After saying that, the teacher took out a set of weight-bearing equipment. This equipment was originally prepared by Qin Fangyang, but he was busy the entire night and had many things to deal with in the morning, so he didn't have the time to explain it personally. Teacher Gu, who was in charge of the gravity room, was afraid of delaying Zhou Xiaoduo, so he took out his own equipment and gave it to him under Qin Fangyang's name. Weight-bearing equipment. Yes, I'll help you put it on. It'll be a little difficult at first, but it'll be fine once you get used to it. Teacher Gu took off all the weight-bearing equipment. Wrists, elbows, back, ankles, calves, thighs, and even the very small weights on his fingers. Even on my fingers. Zhou Xiaoduo was confused. Aren't you going to train your skills with hidden weapons? The flexibility of your fingers is the key. Teacher Gu said earnestly. Don't underestimate the 10 small pieces on your fingers. As long as you keep wearing them and get used to them, you won't be affected no matter how you use hidden weapons. In the future, the power of your hidden weapons will be increased by more than 10 times. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Remember, no matter what you do, even if you go to the toilet, you can't take them off. Okay. But how long do I have to wear them? Wear them until you get used to them. When you can move freely like normal, you can change them to heavier ones. Teacher Gu rolled his eyes and said, As long as you haven't broken through to the nascent soul stage, you can always wear them.